Oh, shoot. You have caused quite a storm here, my friend. I appreciate it. Julia, thank you so much for your generosity. Tom Chan, thanks, Spencer. Respect, truly. Thank you. Appreciate you. Without you guys watching, I'm just a crazy person yelling at people on the street.
There you go. You get premium now.
Yeah. Sunshine sent me. Well, thank you, Sunshine.
Wow, so 11-4. But while we were while we were talking, they did say that the projections for Carney was him losing 2 seats on the East Coast, and the projections for Pierre was him gaining 2 seats. But we were in the middle of the conversation. I want to interrupt. That's good. So even though it's not looking very favorable right now, it's still a slow race.
Absolutely, and we're so early, and we're only 2 out of 229 polling stations counted there for Sean Fraser, and 5 out of 99 for Egmont for Bobby Morrison, whoever the hell that is. Just real quick, thank you so much. What's in your head? Everyone should get the Pitchfork Snacks show. Yeah, well, Lord willing, we won't need to do that for anything but farming. But yeah, did you see the poll that was posted? And I don't trust these polls as far as I can throw them, but right before the election this morning, it showed a tightening of the Conservatives coming and closing up with the Liberals. Did you see that?
There's a whole bunch of different polls, yeah. Yeah, there's a whole bunch of different polls that are throwing out, false flags and different data, and it's just so hard to keep up. The only poll that matters is not the one on the screen. It's people that are going to the elections and they're checking their ballots. That's the only poll that matters. That's the only real poll, and we're seeing it unravel in real time. The East Coast is and has been a Liberal stronghold. And as per the projections that happened in real time a few minutes ago, Carney is slated to lose a couple of seats. He appears slated to win a couple of seats in a Liberal stronghold. So, at the worst case, if that's what happens, that's still a W for Pierre. That's very good.
Yeah.
And in best case, maybe Pierre gets more and Carney loses more, right?
No, I like that assessment, and I think you're bang on with that. And again, we're so early that I don't think we can count anything out, but getting any additional seats out east is going to be very helpful. I will say Ontario, of course, unfortunately in Quebec, we got to pay attention to quite a bit. Anybody watching the election today, I think, Ontario, for the first time in my area, Hamilton, for the first time since 87 or 92, there's 2 dates. Either way, since over 30 years, for the first time, every single seat in the provincial election was flipped to blue, except one riding, and that's Hamilton West, Ancaster, Dundas. So historical landslide, and that's for fake Conservatives, right? So imagine for real Conservative, right? So I think that's a good one. And I want to ask you this, because you've got a lot of folks that would be on, in Kitimat, that area, and you're just closer to that type of work. I'm hearing a lot of anecdotes of people not being able to vote out near their work camps out your way, and I'm hearing this from as well, lumber camps in Quebec. I don't know if you've heard any anecdotes like that where folks aren't able to get to vote.
Yeah, I did hear that. I have heard that. That's right.
That's a bit concerning because, of course, it's people who have real jobs who work hard who won't be voting Liberal.
One thing I am noticing right now about these polls coming in real time, the polls or the results, is there's a common theme. And we're going to see this common theme not only on the East Coast,
everybody?
but we're going to see it across the entire country. F the NDP. Straight up.
Canada.
I don't care who is running in that riding, because this election is not even really about, correct me if I'm wrong,
We're a bit behind whoever you're
or even you, but anyone who's
hoping
watching,
will
correct me
win,
if I'm wrong,
but
it's not even really about
very cold.
voting for the person in that riding, in your riding. It's about voting for the party. I could be wrong. There could be obviously a bunch of different instances. I'm sure there are thousands, hundreds of thousands, potentially a couple million instances of that being wrong. But I think the majority of this election is Carney or Pierre. And it was going to be Trudeau or Pierre, but now it's Carney or Pierre. So people are just going to the box, I'm sure there's a lot of people out there who don't even know, didn't even read the name of the person on the ballot, just the party.
I guarantee you're correct.
That's how I'm feeling. And if that feeling...
No need to be sorry, bud. No need to be sorry.
From coast to coast to coast, as I like to say,
Yeah.
then I truly believe that even though it's 12-4 right now, that you're still going to see a blue wave. Because the people that, there's more momentum, there's more people that are ready to go and vote on a ballot, not even look at the names, but just vote for the parties.
I can't
for
spell
change,
appreciate.
rather than voting for what we've already had.
I agree completely. And
10 years later, and where are we? Are we in such a great state that you think millions, like tens of millions of people are running to the ballots going, yeah, we got to keep these guys in. They've been doing a great job. I can't believe that. And of course I have my bias making these videos and being a conservative individual, of course. But socially, I'm a little bit more liberal, right? Socially and fiscally, I'm more conservative. And I think that might be the case for a lot of people. I'm not saying I'm like pro-liberal, but just socially, right?
Yeah, no, exactly.
And I don't hear many people other than the chicken dancer, right? The elbows up folks going, yeah, we gotta, it's so weird to say. We gotta go vote for these people. They don't even know what they're voting for. They don't even know the person in their riding. That's fine.
Yeah.
A lot of people are not really caring about who's in their riding. They're just voting for the party. But I think that as the night goes on, you're going to start to see that 14-5. It's going to start to shift more in favor of blue because it doesn't matter what you're doing. It doesn't matter if it's an election. It doesn't matter what you're doing. If you've been consistently doing something and obviously it's a bit of a negative, it doesn't matter.
Yeah.
You're gonna want change at some point, and I think that we've reached our breaking point.
I
think
agree.
we have.
I can't imagine, like, genuinely, if writing out what you're saying, Carney aside, Trudeau aside, the Liberal Party had a 15% approval rate before they switched Carney in. There's no way they've jumped up in the hearts and minds of Canadians 300%. It just doesn't make any sense.
He's not touching people's hearts. He's really not.
Just
Maybe
their
he's
kids.
doing some touching on Epstein Island or whatever, but he's not touching people's hearts, right? He's really not. I mean, you're seeing that at the rallies. Like, I know you've attended. It was you, right, that attended the Carney rally?
I did both the Epstein call-outs, and I was I dressed up as a trans Muslim who was in a wheelchair on Saturday, and I got the RCMP got my phone tapped. I was in the joint for 45 minutes, man. I was in there, and I actually called out when I was leaving. I met Brian Carney. I don't know if you heard. His brother, and for 6 minutes I asked him and berated him about his brother going to Epstein's Island and about his sister-in-law Diana Carney and her sister as well being on page 47 under Rotherwick as Black Book people. The home number for Diana Carney, which would have been shared with Mark Carney, is in that book, and it's unredacted. So yes, that was me who asked him about Epstein. That's actually my shirt I'm wearing. How many kids, Mark?
Have you been to a Pierre rally though?
Yes, I went to one in Oakville yesterday. I was in Oakville. I actually got to meet Pleb and Chris Stacey there, which was an absolute honor. I'm meeting my political celebrities, those two guys, and you in one weekend.
Thank you. So because you've been to both different types of rallies, the left and the right, do you want to just describe to myself and maybe our audiences, if you haven't yet already? I know my audience would probably be very curious to know what the actual in-person vibe was like in terms of the support and just the enthusiasm. Was there a difference at all?
I'd be happy to explain that. So first of all, and I'll get into the differences, but the main difference is I've never been assaulted at a conservative rally. I've been assaulted over a dozen times this month at Liberal rallies and NDP rallies. On camera, they attack because they can't defend their ideas, so they have to lash out. And luckily, they're liberals, so they don't hit hard. But they did several times. But nonetheless, it's actually crazy because before I break out of costume, before I call them out, I'm mingling literally for like an hour in line, and then up to an hour and a half in the building, and I'm making friends as I'm doing it. And I've only gone to enemy rallies all month long. I've been to a bunch of campaign events, but only rallies. I've been to enemy rallies until literally yesterday. And first and foremost, they sung the national anthem at the Conservative rally. They sung it with Son's Command, and it almost made me cry. It was such a beautiful unison from the heart singing of our anthem from the people, thousands of people. It was an incredible experience. That alone is worth the price of admission, which is free, by the way, of course.
Yeah.
But to that point too, it literally takes me, not because they know who I am, I use fake names and fake IDs, but it takes me literally like 48 hours to get confirmed, anybody, to go to a Liberal rally. And then they don't tell you the address until like hours at a time, and they send you a QR code. And then they check IDs.
Interesting.
I get to this Conservative rally, I'm walking up having a smoke in line, nothing, everyone's out there, no worries. And then literally just walk in, they didn't even check my ID. And I was so shocked, they didn't even check if I had an RSVP. It's almost like they want people to be there. And there's this cult feeling at the other ones. And just quickly to wrap up, it's truly, and I'm not saying this because I'm biased, and I'm very biased, but I'm not saying this because of bias. It's true fact from my feeling. It was a feeling of warmth, of love. It was like being at a home game for a hockey team in a small town, being at the Pierre rally, and it is this very strange, angry feeling that you get at these Liberal rallies. People are just, they're not, because we are the ones that should be angry, but the vibe is just so down and black and dark at these rallies. And also, I will say one last thing, they don't clap properly. They have to be told when to clap. It's quite incredible. And they clap
At a Liberal event.
Yeah, it's like, obviously there's no sign that says clap, but there may as well be. They don't know when to clap, they don't know how to clap, because they don't believe in what they're being told. It's like being at a rock concert going to a Pierre rally, and it's like being at like a student teacher event going to a Liberal rally.
Weird.
It's very weird.
So how does that even work? So Carney says something and he just kind of awkwardly waits for the crowd to start clapping, and one of his staffers maybe does it?
Yeah, absolutely. So I started so many claps at the Carney rallies because it just felt I'm like trying to blend in. And
You
he'll say a
started
thing-
the claps.
Yeah, right. And he'll say a thing, and then it's just like, okay. And then
That's funny.
oh man, and they clapped to the beat of a song because they didn't know what they were doing. Like there was a weird song on, and so everyone, and they'll have no rhythm because they're all old. No
Yeah.
offense to the boomers, everyone who watches my channel is a boomer, but these folks are the terrible boomers. And they're like clapping on beat to the song, no one's out. Yeah, it was just so weird. It's weird. It's worth to anybody to go to as a social experiment, not to yell at them, but please yell at them. But if you ever get a chance, go and see it for yourself. It's hard to describe, but it's just absolutely, it's a bad vibe, to say the least.
So the opposite side of that, my experience at a Conservative rally was nothing but positivity. I'm just going to assume that viewers and yourself didn't watch that rally, so I'm just going to explain the walkthrough. I got there a little early. I know that part of the island, and so I knew that there wouldn't be very good service, like cellular service. I did do a video chat with a friend to see where I probed the area to see where there would or wouldn't be service. And I said, you know what, I'm not going to risk it. I'm going to bring Starlink. So I've got Starlink. I'm using Starlink right now. So I just took it down from the rig and brought, borrowed my friend's like Jackery portable battery, brought a table and chairs. That's what I'm sitting on right now. I'm sitting on one of those chairs. I sit on these chairs in the studio, literally, like $10 Canadian Tire chairs.
Oh yeah.
If I'm in here, that's what I'm sitting on. My butt kind of hurts, but it is what it is. And yeah, I just sat right in front of where the lineup was. Had the camera pointing towards the line in the background, and people were so nice, so nice. It was so positive, and I shook so many hands and got to meet so many people who shared their true, raw stories about how the Liberal government has made their life worse and what Pierre Poilievre meant to them. and it was incredible. I've never seen or experienced anything like it. It had the audience of a professional sporting event, and it had the emotional wavelength of just raw hope. That's what it felt like, and that was my experience there. It actually got so full in the venue. And because I was streaming outside with some of the other streamers that were there, like the Pleb, we never actually made it inside the venue. So I was standing outside, kind of looking a ways in to hear Pierre and stuff. So I'm a little disappointed that I didn't get the squeeze in, but it was kind of one or the other: stream outside or go inside, right?
Yeah.
And it was incredible. Everybody that was there was just so nice. So nice, and the crowd would cheer waiting in line before they went inside to the venue, mostly because there was the Pleb there hyping everybody up and stuff. But even without the Pleb, I mean, people were just Pierre for change, like on their own, right? No type of none of the streamers had to necessarily start that. It was just people were so enthusiastic and motivated for a form of change, the biggest form of change, right? Making our country great again.
Amen.
Yeah.
Returning to normalcy. No,
Exactly.
that's exactly what I felt when I was there. And people are just having, I got the only merch I bought this entire campaign, other than the merch I got given, all my stupid shirts I got, was this from the PR rally. And it was obviously not official merch, but, just as far as that outside vibe is, there's a dude out there with a dog. He was a veteran, and he was just cranking great tunes. And it was
Do you
just
mind
phenomenal.
changing the feed quickly to CBC?
I certainly don't.
Sorry. I got some people that are messaging me to do that. So it must be for a reason.
What's up, everybody?
Sorry to interrupt your story.
Oh, never mind, it's gone.
You're good. You're not rude. My friend, it is an
I think it was 16-7 conservatives, or no, sorry, liberals. But with the chats, oh, sorry,
I guess it's
My dad was Leadoff last year, and
with the different time zones across Canada, different elections will be called throughout the night. It's just the beginning. I think polls close here in an hour and a half. So feel free to check in throughout the night. I'll either be very excited if this number goes up, or not very excited if the Liberals win. But it's a fair election, so whatever happens. We are 16-8. Liberals 16-8.
The East Coast is quite literally has been the Liberal stronghold, and the fact that the Conservatives are hanging in there, and there's still a lot of time left, it's not that bad.
I wanted to say something too, because you made some good points. But earlier too, you were talking about how folks are probably just voting for the party, right? And not so much the individual candidates.
That's
I
right.
agree completely. And on top of that, an additional bonus that the Conservatives do truly have is they actually have star power in candidates, right? Like, people love Larry Brock. People love Rick Perkins, right? They love Michael Cooper and Michael Barrett, and of course Pierre Poilievre and a bunch that I'm forgetting, right? So the Liberals don't. I can't think of any other liberal MP, and again biased, but I can't think of any liberal MP who the people I know in real life who aren't completely right wing
What up, guys?
actually hate. You know what I mean?
Canada.
Well,
Who are you voting for? Who are you voting for?
in Newfoundland that they mentioned, I don't know his name. It was the first guy,
Tell me everything.
the first Liberal that they were showing inside of his little, his headquarters.
17-7 Liberals. They gained another seat.
First Liberal
17-7.
stand up to Trudeau and ask
17.
him to resign.
Oh, 16-8.
Oh,
I don't know what I was
I'm
looking
saying I
at.
like the guy, but I'm saying that was probably a good choice on his end to do that.
He probably smelled that coming. I mean, how any of them didn't smell it coming. And, because we've been so tossed in this election and the build up to it with prorogation. But I mean, you cover it all every day, right?
Yeah.
You must remember.
Subscribe, guys.
Final fizzling, dying.
I do way more interesting content, but this is
Everyone's like, oh no.
what I am watching tonight.
We're going into cabinet meetings with them. I mean, everything's all good. Everything's good. I don't know. It's so pathetic. And so some of them, they just can't stand up for themselves. I don't know. It's just crazy.
So it is very important to also note
Thank you for subscribing, gentlemen, women,
the 16-8,
people.
15-9. That's
Canada. I'll stop showing my face. I apologize. I apologize.
Or a closing in certain ridings. So
Any of you guys are from Canada?
those aren't
Do you have any interest in these politics?
Up and down sometimes. So just because I see some people freaking out in my live chat. There, look, 15-5 when it was just 16-8, right? Or yeah, what did I say? 15-10. I'm dyslexic.
No problem.
Look, Fraser might not even get it.
It went from 17,
And the conservative was at like
17-7 to 15-10.
So
I assume they're just live counting and the vote is changing.
Look at that. Judy Vanta, as pretty as she might be, unable to pull off a second place.
Liberals are in the lead. Oh my gosh. Still early. Only one province has closed. I believe the next province is in an hour and 20 minutes. I apologize. It's going to be a long stream, but
There's a certain vibe. I don't know. There must be something
last
else.
time I commented on a politician's looks, I ended up on CTV calling Doug Ford the fat pig with rabies. So I think I'm gonna refrain right now from doing anything.
Oh yeah, you're like actually famous. When you say things that actually matters.
I gotta be careful sometimes.
Well, don't worry. I've got not remotely that amount. No, they're not putting me on TV. So. Oh shit, that's fine. Yeah, Doug. Look at that, 14-11. Oh.
Yeah, see? There you go. We're freaking out for nothing.
14-11.
Nothing. It's not that bad. As it's counting, they could have been counting like part because it's every single town, right? Or all these different towns are getting one seat, right? For the most part. And so within that town, think of where you live. How many different places are there to go vote? Right? There's that school, there's that gymnasium, there's this office or whatever it is, that old age home, right? So there's a whole bunch of different places that they're counting either by hand and by using the machines. The machines usually come in real fast. Like I think the entire Ontario election that took place a few months ago, I think that was counted in like 10 minutes because it was all the machines, right? Just done. But because there's quite a big mix of paper and machines on this one, it comes in a little sore.
I was told by, and maybe it just might be a talking point, but Bernier, I've spoken to him quite a bit, and he told me that they're just doing hand counting. Is that inaccurate, you think? Are they doing Dominion in the election?
I haven't actually seen one.
Okay.
I haven't seen one, so maybe somebody down in either of our chats could shed some light on that. I haven't seen a Dominion machine.
Yeah, I saw it. They were all in, because I went undercover and I went to vote at 13
It went from
different places,
17
fake IDs and fake,
to 7,
addresses.
but live counting is constantly changing it. 14-12 right now.
In Ontario, you don't need voter ID to vote in our election. And furthermore, if you do bring a voter ID, it says on the website, your face doesn't need to match your appearance doesn't need to match your ID, right? Which is crazy. And you only need one piece of ID that's acceptable. And one of them could have literally been and was a bank statement. And anybody can forge a bank statement, right? So I filmed myself getting to the point of attestation at 13 locations, just to show how crazy that election is. And it's not any better for the federal, for the record. You can vote with a pill bottle, by the way. I don't know if you know that or not.
I know you can vote with your phone bill. Yeah. I mean,
because it's a good thing you can't make a fake one. There's no way people have computers.
Yeah, like you see, like Photoshop, I guess, eh?
Yeah.
That's kind of
Samsung
interesting.
Gallery. Literally. Yeah. But anyway, not to shed any doubt on the election integrity. Good thing folks don't take votes on them either. But
well, we're gonna see. I mean, it's looking half decent right now. right? It got a little scary with the numbers climbing for the Liberals and the numbers sinking a little bit lower for the Conservatives. But there's
We out here.
balance right now,
Shirts
and
off.
that's what people want.
Sorry if that scared you
That's
guys.
good.
Yes, it is making me feel a lot better because if we were sitting at 16, we were sitting at what 12-3 for a hot minute.
It wasn't looking it wasn't looking good. I'll tell you that.
Feel free to make fun of me.
It's looking very.
Debate who you voted for.
Creighton, apparently someone's chatted, talked to Elections Canada, hand counted only. I trust Creighton. That guy does his research for sure. So that would be verified there by that.
We got crystals, bro.
EPP for the win. Barry James Cunningham. Yeah, you know that. So, how excited are you to watch, especially being out that way, to watch Mr. Singh lose his seat?
Very. Yeah, extremely. I hope that the NDP gets completely obliterated. Look at that. Sean Fraser's not even winning his own seat right now. I mean, it's close.
But -5 +5 now projected for.
Look at that. I hope he doesn't win. Sean Fraser stays unemployed. And then he's going to say, you know what, guys?
We don't want this guy to win.
I was just kidding.
He
I
lost
was retired this whole time.
a million different
hang out with my kids who,
Canadians?
probably don't
Lost
know
track of
and,
them?
Definitely are trans.
Not a very reliable
I very
guy.
much want to see Jagmeet lose his seat. I think he's the worst politician of them all.
Of course, you could debate my
He's
decisions.
held us hostage, like we've already talked about.
My
He's
statements.
just hurt us so much in so many different ways.
All right, I'm gonna put my shirt back on.
It's good when a party gets completely, it just gets completely nuked the way that the NDP could. Because there's nothing inherently wrong with the NDP. Like, it's just the name of a party, right? It's like an empty cup. Okay, so there's an empty cup. What are we filling it with? Are we filling it with ultra progressive and woke ideologies and people and policies? Or are we going to fill it with more centrist views, something that's more balanced? So if the NDP gets nuked, Jagmeet's done. He's not gonna. I mean, he might very well tonight might not even have a job tomorrow, which would be incredible. And then he could still be party leader, but chances are he'll get voted off the island at some point soon.
Yeah.
And I think a lot of NDP MPs are gonna either not get reelected and not get elected at all. And I think that you're gonna see something that is gonna hurt the NDP so much that there just won't ever, in the next several years, I don't think the next election will be enough time for them to recover that damage. I think it's going to take 2 election cycles for them to recover.
Which is crazy because it's like there's one sole reason for that, and it is one man's greed. And he could have just saved. I don't know. I can't. How does the party have such little control that they allowed that guy to literally make it just embarrassed the entire party because he speaks for them for a year, and that's crazy to me. I don't know. Maybe that's normal, but I don't understand how they would allow that to happen. But here we are, and they're gonna hopefully become. Oh, they're talking about it now. Maybe. No, they're just showing his face. Yeah, I won't be smiling for long. Hey, there's Carney. I wanted to ask you. I have a feeling about it. I can't imagine Carney wins in his seat in Nepean. I think Barbara Ball is going to take it with a landslide. Do you think he stays on as leader of the Liberal Party?
I think if he loses the election, regardless of if he wins the seat or not, then he's out. I don't think he's going to be the leader of the opposition. I think you'd have Dominic LeBlanc or Chrystia Freeland, because they're probably not going to lose their seat, but I think you would see them remain, in politics and take over that leadership role. I honestly thought that it would be one of them. I thought it was going to be Freeland until Carney was like flirting with the idea and then came out and said, oh yeah, I'm going to run. And it's like, okay, well, yeah, he's probably going to win by like a big landslide. And he did. It was huge. But with him out of the way, focusing on, I mean, I don't know if Pierre wins. I don't know if he's going to run. Like, he'll do his 4 years, right? Assuming there's no votes of non-confidence, depending on the structure of the other parties. I don't know if he would run again. I'm not sure. Maybe he's one and done. But I do think that regardless of this outcome, regardless of him running again or not, I do think that a really good candidate for the leadership role for the Conservative Party in the future, we're talking post-Pierre, right? Post-Pierre would be Melissa Landsman throwing a female in the ring. Because we're a pretty progressive country. I think she's a very good public speaker. I think she would resonate with the demographic that maybe Pierre wasn't really able to tap into, the female voters and stuff like that, right? I believe she's openly gay, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, no,
Right, I
she's
believe that she's a part of that. She doesn't flaunt it. I don't think it's not like that's her entire identity.
definitely not her identity. It's kind of it's a little clear.
It's a little clear. But I think that moving forward, regardless of how tonight comes, and I hate to like talk about the future where Pierre isn't involved when we're literally faced at the crossroads of the make or break or Canada when Pierre is involved, but just to kind of fill a little bit of time and space and, you know, theorize on a fun conversation.
Yeah.
I think that a future leader of the Conservative Party, if Melissa still wants to be around, I think that she would do a good job down the road, right? Post Pierre.
Yeah, I mean, I can see that for sure. I mean, she's very capable. She's from near where I'm at, and she is a hell of a public speaker, and she is a vicious debater. That's for sure.
Or Raquel Dancho.
Yeah, I can see that. Or Michelle Ferrari. That would be.
Yeah. So Raquel, like, she had a kid, and so she was still in the house, and she was still doing her thing while pregnant. And then post-pregnancy, obviously, took care of her kid. Awesome, phenomenal. But isn't as much of an attack dog as what she once was. And maybe she's just been spending more time with her family, with a newborn. Can't blame her, can't fault her on that at all. But also, maybe her priorities shifted. And that's kind of what happens when you have kids. Not to, like, speak on her behalf, but maybe she wouldn't want to run at that level anymore, right? Or maybe she would, I don't know. But I think that because I don't know if Melissa has kids, I don't know if Michelle has kids, but neither of them, I don't know if they're just kind of entertaining the future and what that looks like.
No, it's not
But
far.
deadly lineup, regardless of what the future does look like, an absolute deadly lineup for the Conservatives.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more. And, you know, you've even got Aaron Gunn now getting in, which is pretty
That's right.
incredible. That guy rocks. I mean, that would be amazing. I just noticed here because they were running a Ram ad. It wasn't a YouTube premium issue. They were actually running it on the CTV. Look at, they've got Arif Virani, the worst attorney general, I think, and maybe correct me if I'm wrong, in Canadian, at least in modern Canadian history, this piece of garbage, who I can't stand, who's responsible for thousands and thousands of people's deaths and the destruction. I mean, I'm sorry, I don't know, what we live under now. He is solely responsible as the Attorney General for the way that the law has been held and for catch and release, bail not jail policies. And this piece of garbage is up there with Rosemary Farton there pontificating on what's going to happen in our election. Isn't that something?
I'm not a fan of him. I'm not a fan of him at all.
I hope he loses his seat on air. That would be hilarious. Or he's not running again, is he actually? No, he pulled out.
I don't think they would have a candidate who's running on the panel.
No, that's a fair assessment. And as I remember, I was going to go crash his office, and he is not any longer there.
So I'm getting messages right now in real time about Polymarket. I don't know if you feel comfortable pulling it up, but
Well, real quick,
boy, it took a turn.
We'll go to my sponsor of betting. Betway sponsors this channel, so I'll plug them first before we go to another one. I can't imagine they'd be stoked. The Conservatives, look at that. So they went from a 3.75 to a 2.1 odd. So, folks, within this 58 minutes, that has dropped by nearly 50%. If you want to bet on this election, you want to support the channel, please go to the link in the description. Get matched up to $500 using Betway. But we will go to Polymarket.
This man's
Don't gamble.
during
Don't do it. Don't gamble.
Well, I mean,
an interview. I respect the hustle. That's good.
you did incite it. If I picture of Poly Market. Without doing that, I would lose my sponsor. I'm sure of it. But let's go on Poly
To the
Market.
left, the top left one. Next
Oh,
to
that
it.
makes sense. This is a better way to look at. Holy fuck! Oh,
How do you
That's
like
just-
them apples? Holy smokes! Holy smokes!
wow.
What the? Have you ever seen anything like that?
No.
That's the Titanic and an erection at the same time. Reversing course. Look at that beautiful, beautiful chart. Holy.
Literally, I'm speechless. I did not expect to see that. And wow.
Let's get some W's in the chat. For your chat and my chat. Everybody throw some W's down. Holy smokes.
I don't want to get too
Blues
excited yet, but I just
coming up.
felt a
Blues coming up.
Rush of relief over my body. That was incredible. It's almost
I don't know if my guys put that up yet on my Twitter, but can you do that if you haven't yet already? Please? That's insane.
By the way, it's pretty sweet that you have guys doing your Twitter. By the way, that is star power, folks.
There's a few people doing different things.
I bet, and well deserved. That's cool.
Anybody's gonna do it. I don't think anyone's ever seen this, folks. This is real. Like this is real life happening. Talk about false polls and all that crap before. We're like 2.5 hours into this. We're
And look at this.
barely 2.5 hours into this.
I'll pop back, but that's showing because so from 10 seats being picked up out east, that has this effect.
Yeah.
Ain't that something? And so
Ain't
imagine
that
what
something?
happens. Imagine what this chart's gonna look like when we start progressing further west. Oh, hell yeah, man! Great call on the Poly Market pull up. Incredible.
That's wild. We've never seen anything like that, right?
Sorry, I'm trying to fix it.
People were talking.
Sorry if that's
about
annoying.
how this was kind of like a Kamala Harris situation.
Yeah. Let me try to see if I can find hers. I'll pop us back over to the CTV stream briefly here. But yeah, I mean, as far as Kamala Harris, because that's exactly what her chart looked like. I'm gonna see if I can find an old screen grab of Poly Market when Kamala Harris and Trump went. Now, if they show the old charts, that would be pretty cool. Yeah, there we go. It's pretty similar.
Wow. Ain't that similar?
We go back to Canada
Holy crap.
and in the US.
Is the media talking about that? Their
I
polls and stuff? Like, have they been ever referencing Poly Market?
Definitely not.
No.
I mean, maybe someone correct me if I'm wrong in the chat, but I haven't seen any mainstream media. Oh my god. I'm gonna put that on I'm gonna get that tattooed for Christ's sake.
We'll see how this turns out.
Yeah, right? Wow. I'm in awe, truly in awe.
Are you going to be streaming for a good part of the night?
I'm gonna go until it's over, I think.
Okay. Well, we've got each other's emails now.
Yeah, that's wild.
So-
Shout out. If I don't, Dave is an incredible human being,
He sure is.
and yeah, it's just I have to say, it's honor of my lifetime to have virtually met you, sir, and I mean that fully. Thank you so much for deigning to come and hang out with me on the internet.
Hey, it was awesome to meet you. You're doing a great job. Keep it up. Don't forget, everyone who's on your chat, send some more super chats so the man can get himself premium membership to YouTube. And enjoy the stream. And I've been saying this since I started streaming a few hours ago. The emotions that flow tonight, regardless of what they look like, I think the whole country is experiencing it on different levels, and my only suggestion is to just let it happen. Don't fight the emotions. Whatever spectrum that looks like for you, don't fight the emotions. Just let it run, because this is an emotional night. It feels like it's make or break for Canada.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more. Well said. Well said. All right, brother. Well,
Let's stay in touch.
yeah,
Maybe we'll pop back in later tonight.
you are always welcome. Thank you again very much for hanging out. It is an absolute pleasure and honor to have met you. So, again,
Thanks for
shout out
having
to
me, man.
Dave.
We'll
You're a
talk later.
champion. Take care, sir.
Bye. Alrighty. Holy smokes, folks. I've never seen nothing like that. I've never seen anything like that in my entire life. Wow. If that doesn't scream that something is crazy going on right now, then I don't even know what to tell you. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. All right, folks, here we go. Let's get back to the feed, shall we?
Tonight to see how the party feels, but there could be a big impact here, Omar and Vashon, when it comes to the outcome of this election, depending on how many seats the Bloc perhaps loses to the Liberals. It could also kind of be a difference maker when it comes to whether we see a majority or a minority government.
All right, Jeremy, thank you so much. And he makes a great point. You know, if there is a hit tonight with the Bloc Québécois, how big will that hit be? And a fascinating story, I think, in Quebec, the fact that there are former Bloc supporters who now feel that Quebec interests are now better served with another party other than the Bloc this time around. So we'll see how it all plays out.
Yeah, if that does materialize. I know those artificial country comments also resonating or getting a reaction out of other parts of the country as well. Speaking of other parts of the country, let's head over to Victoria, where Rob Buffum is stationed this evening with the Green Party. We were talking survival earlier with Judy Trin. Same conversation has to come up with the Greens.
Did you guys like that? Did you guys like that interaction?
Absolutely. We're at Elizabeth May's headquarters here at a winery in the Senex Peninsula, where a few people are starting to trickle in, and they're setting up for a celebration. But at the same time, they're also bracing for what could be a very tough night for the Green Party and for Elizabeth May herself. They're facing some headwinds that they're well aware of, including the fact that they did not have a leader in the leaders' debate. Elizabeth May has said that's something that she feels made it very hard for them to get their platform any attention. And they're also concerned about the strategic voting that we've heard about for weeks, the idea that progressive voters may park their vote this time around with either the Conservatives or the Liberals. Sources tell me the Greens would be very happy to have three MPs elected tonight. Mike Morrison could hold on to that seat.
We've got more on the roster tonight, folks. We've got more on the roster, so let's see where we're at here. Next up at 6 p.m. What time are we? We're 5:30? Holy crap! So in 30 minutes, we're going to go chat with Elevate. We're going to go chat with Elevate in 30 minutes. We got a lot of conversations tonight.
And is very popular in this riding. The polls close in just under 2 hours, so we'll have to see. But it's going to be a big night for the Greens, including for their leader.
Yeah, very much so. Thanks so much, Rob. So polls close there in a couple of hours, but in much of the rest of the country in an hour. And we've got some declarations, including in New Brunswick, Minister Dominic Lalonde, who served in a million different capacities over the last 4 years, holds his seat. No surprise there.
Looks like Dominic LeBlanc.
Again, the tally right now, even though City News has made the declaration, I think if I
drastic change in
900 supports in the riding of St. John's East, we're declaring that Joanne Thompson will be re-elected in that riding. And then here is how the numbers break down right now. She has a lead of about 1,132 votes. Again, 40 of the 197 polls reporting. But again, CTV News is making that declaration that she is keeping her seat in that riding.
And then we can also declare that the Conservative incumbent.
So I am getting word that Newfoundland got 3 seats confirmed, 100% Conservative, and 3 seats confirmed Liberal. The other one is likely to go to Liberal, just so we're all on the same page.
Nearly 1,000 votes at this point.
And let's head over right now to CTV's Maya Johnson, who is in Hunsik, Cartierville tonight, which is a riding that was held a dissolution by the Global Affairs Minister, Mélanie Joly. Maya.
Hi, Omar. There's certainly a lot of activity here in the borough, in the riding office of Mélanie Joly here in Hunsik. St. Cartierville. You can see lots of supporters, volunteers behind me watching the results come in on a screen that's being projected on the wall to my right. And we have Melanie Joly, the outgoing Minister of Foreign Affairs, with us right now. Thank you, Madame Joly, for joining us. Thank you. Thank you.
I don't like this one.
Atlantic Canada. What's your reaction to that? Any disappointment?
Well, no, of course, we know it's going to be a long night. We know that. And every single writing counts. I've been in contact with many of my colleagues that are quite confident, but of course, we can't take nothing for granted. And it's the same here in Quebec, and it's the same in Ontario, and it's the same across the country. It will be a very long night, but an exciting one.
Okay, and of course we know that the ballot box question appears to be the relationship between Canada and the U.S. and these threats that are coming from the Trump administration. And even today, we saw President Donald Trump post on social media talking once again about the possibility of Canada becoming the 51st state on Election Day when people are going to the polls. What did you think of that?
Well, listen, it's not the first time, and it's not going to be the last one that President Trump has opinions regarding Canada. He has repeatedly stated his threats of annexation and as well has started a trade war against Canada, which is putting hundreds of thousands, if not millions of jobs at risk across the country. And, you know, I was in Hamilton and in the Niagara region last week. Of course, people in the steel sector and the auto sector are very, very concerned. We know that there's been already closures of some plants, and we know that there's a lot of anxiety. But that's why the ballot question tonight is clearly who is the right prime minister and who is the right team to handle Trump, to deal with his rhetoric. And the answer is clear. It is Mark Carney and the Liberal team.
And last week, Mr. Carney was here in the Montreal area in Laval. There was a big Liberal rally there. And at that rally, you asked voters to give the Liberals a majority mandate. And I believe it's the first time that we heard that, the possibility of a majority. Are you hopeful still that that is a possibility?
We can never take anything for granted. What is really important is President Trump only respects strength. That's the only thing that that we can really show in the context of negotiations that can be to our advantage. And of course, having a majority government would definitely be extremely helpful.
Okay, we'll have to leave it there. Thank you again for your time, and usually we appreciate it. Back to you in studio.
All right, Maya, thank you so much.
All right, so what we're going to do right now is we're going to shift away from that, and we're actually going to take a look at the interactive map ourselves.
What's up, everybody?
Here we go. Let me just move my camera out of the way. No, I'm not too bad. You can see right here. Let's zoom in. So I believe this is confirmed. So you can see right here, Long Range Mountain, Central Newfoundland. Looks like they secured the bag. Oh, yeah. Labrador has been confirmed as Liberal with 51.8. So as time goes on, folks, it's not going to be that much longer before the rest of Canada starts really rolling in. This has been the slowest so far out of everything. This is the slowest it's ever going to be. It's only going to get faster. It's going to be boom, 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 boom in the coming, 52 minutes. The next poll closes in 52 minutes. In the next hour, 2 hours, you're going to start to see millions, like 10 million votes start to roll in. So I hope you're ready for that, because you're going to start to see those numbers go up and down really, really, really quickly. It looks like the Bloc is securing or potentially getting their first seat right now.
One of the ones they were focused on didn't end up being the case.
And also, it's one of their traditional areas of strength, right? The Atlantic. And that was what's so exciting about when the Conservatives thought they were going to be sweeping the Atlantic and
I'm going to keep the stream going. I'm stepping away
and so
for a quick
this
little
flip,
bathroom break
at least it looks like it
and
might
refill
be.
my beverage.
It's still too early to tell, but and New Democrats, to be clear, never expected. We had some hopes for Halifax, certainly, and that's certainly disappointing. I mean, there's a riding. Alexa McDonough used to run that riding. Megan Leslie ran there, and Lisa Roberts. Not that long ago, right? And there were days, when I used to work on the Hill, where we used to have Peter Stauffer, Yvonne Gaudin, Jack Harris, many other candidates. But it hasn't been an area of strength for New Democrats for some time.
It does show you, though, one of the narratives, Corey, coming into this was the coalescing of support around two parties. I know Kathleen mentions it's not like all the hopes for the NDP were pinned in Atlantic Canada, but even that popular vote that Scott described is very much a manifestation of what we saw throughout the campaign.
Yeah, I think that's right. What I find interesting in what we're seeing in these numbers is, the polling averages, which are a little bit more shaky in small regions like Atlantic Canada, they're like plus minus 6%. But even on that, you're seeing the Liberals underperform by 4 or 5 points, the Conservatives overperform by 4 or 5 points. I'll be really watching to see when we get into Quebec and Ontario, where there's a lot more polling and where those polling variances are probably, under 2%, whether or not you're seeing an overperformance or not. And if you are, is it the new voter thing that you were talking about? Is it, some weakness in the Liberal campaign in the dying days? Is it the push to pull Poilievre from ads and focus more on a party ballot question as opposed to a leadership frame in which they do perform much better? But, we'll see.
Yeah, as those results do start to come in, because we've got about 50 minutes, Omar, until polls close 267 ridings, which is a huge part, obviously, of the country, and some early results coming in from Quebec now.
Yeah, so as you rightly pointed, the bulk of those results from Quebec will be coming in about 15 minutes time, but we are getting early results from parts of Quebec. And let's take a look right now at Gaspésie, Les Îles-de-la-Madeleine, and Listigouche, where we see that Diane Laboutier is trailing. The Liberal incumbent is trailing, and the Bloc Québécois, Alexis Deschênes, has a lead of about 60 votes right now. So, as we've been saying, again, the bulk of those results from Quebec, Ontario, Manitoba, Saskatchewan, Alberta, Nunavut, and the Northwest Territories will be coming in about 50 minutes time, and that's a huge section in terms of seat counts. So we've got about 267 seats represented by those provinces. So that should be an interesting wave.
It will, and I don't know if you're hearing from this, but I'm hearing from a lot of people who are trying to get stuff from Elections Canada, unable to do so. Something's going on with the website. Let's get an update from our breaking news desk. Adrian Gabriel and Rachel Aiello are on that.
Yeah, we can confirm that Canadians across the country are still experiencing issues this hour. And now, Rachel, we have some confirmation.
That's right. So Elections Canada has confirmed to us that as of 7 p.m., they were made aware that some electors are having difficulties accessing their website. They say they are currently investigating the issue. We don't know yet the nature of this outage. Elections Canada also taking to social media to let folks know that if they need to get their polling place, check your voter information card, they can contact their a local Elections Canada office or hit up a 1-800 number to get that information.
And this is concerning for multiple people who've been sharing those concerns online. We see David Moscrop writing, suboptimal to have the Elections Canada site down right now. And why is it so concerning, Rachel?
Well, beyond getting your polling place or the timing for your polling, there is so much other information for voters on Elections Canada's website, information about their candidates, information about misinformation, Adrian. They've made a big effort in this campaign to post online a lot of information debunking things they're seeing surface. So not having that accessible right now is something I'm sure Elections Canada is trying to work hard to get rectified quickly.
A concerning developing story we're going to keep an eye on.
All right, Adrian, Rachel, thank you so much. And again, important to underline here, as we have already, that despite the outage on the Elections Canada website, that does not affect the results that we are bringing you, the results that you're seeing on the bottom and to the right of your screen. So we will be updating those results in real time. This is separate from the outage happening at Elections Canada. We're going to take a quick break right now, and our coverage continues of election 2025. Stay with us.
Oh, don't worry, folks. I got the ears plugged in. Don't worry. I'm here. Woo-hoo-hoo-wee. It's, this is tight, man. This is tight. Let's take a look at the interactive map, shall we? All right. How's everybody doing? You know what? Before I take a look at the interactive map, how's everybody doing? How's everybody feeling, man? Holy smokes. We still got the lineup ready to go. We're supposed to be going on Elevate in about 20 minutes, give or take. In about an hour and 45 minutes, we're going to be going on Rebel. And I believe that we're going to be talking to Ezra Levant and Sheila Gunn, I believe. I think that's it. I hope I'm pronouncing that properly. And then in about 6, 7, about 2.5 hours, potentially be going on Juno. So we do have a pretty stacked lineup. We're going to be bouncing around on different people's streams exactly the way that we just did it on MCGA. It's going to be epic. There's a lot to do. There's a lot to talk about. There's a lot going on. I just want to do a check-in with you, the audience. How are you guys feeling about this? Are you feeling still optimistic? If you are, put some W's down in the chat, man. Tonight, we're just getting started. We're at the tippity tip of this iceberg, of this blue wave. The wave is trickling in right now, baby. The wave is trickling in. So this is what the interactive map looks like right now. You can see not much has changed since we last checked in. Labrador is still a Liberal stronghold, so not really much of a loss there, as that was kind of expected. But I do think that Quebec is going to remain blue. I don't think that Quebec is going to flip to Liberal the way that the media has tried to make it seem. And for those that weren't watching the stream maybe 20 minutes ago, we took a look at Polymarket. And Polymarket, I mean, absolutely flipped. I mean, I've never seen anything like that in my entire life. I'm going to do my best right now to pull it up so that we can all see in real time what that looked like. I mean, it was pretty wild. So you can see right here, you can see the jump, right? Pierre is starting to surge, like boom, it's going up, and Carney is coming down. So this is looking half decent. We're not too worried. Right now, there's no need to be too worried about what this is going to look like. Because again, previously, you had quite a bit of NDP in Saskatchewan. Pretty much BC and the island was all NDP. And you had the North, Nunavut, and the territories, I believe, if I'm not mistaken, in the last election is what I'm referring to, was NDP. And right now, even the mainstream media has admitted that it's probably not going to happen. Jagmeet Singh has ruined that party, ruined their reputation, and you're going to either see a change towards a little bit of mix between conservatives or liberals, or a heavy conservative change. So this is going to be wild. This is going to be wild, folks. Let's get back into the feed here and see what is going on. This is talking about voter ages and different Environics analytics. Here we go.
Absolutely. And some ridings, as we know, can include 1 or 2 segments. So you and your neighbor may be in 2 totally different segments. So we're going to zoom into Nova Scotia here, and we're actually going to look at the riding of South Shore St. Margaret's. Now, if you're not familiar with riding titles, perhaps this is the home of
He's got to stay in. He ain't going nowhere. Libs are trailing right behind though.
Down there. So
69.45 to 7,000.
Well, the primary segment here is that older rustic that I just mentioned. So these are retirees or people contemplating retirement.
Did you guys put W's in the chat, or did I miss it?
Lower middle income scale, and they make up most of this riding. Now remember, in this riding, the Conservatives won by about 8 points back in 2021. You've got a lot of people here who are considering retirement. They're on modest incomes. If you look at the impact of the tariffs and the current environment here, they tend to be in jobs that are high risk and they have high financial vulnerability. So they're going to be concerned about what's to come to finance their lifestyles.
And patriotism, when it comes to being a proud Canadian, they're all in.
Well, emotions matter, right? In this election, as we've seen, they're very patriotic. They've got high Canadian pride. They're willing to pay more for Canadian products. So
and something else, sorry, Ruben, very important to people in Nova Scotia is healthcare as well.
Absolutely. So a lot of people here, as they age, are in fair or poor health. So they're going to be looking for who they think is going to best maintain that healthcare system.
Okay, and look how close it is, Ruben. So we have the Conservative incumbent, Rick Perkins, in the lead at the moment by just 102 votes. So
don't be worried.
Really
Uncle Rick ain't going nowhere. Uncle Rick ain't going nowhere.
That's right. It'll be interesting to see if the polling says with the NDP vote going elsewhere potentially this time, where that goes and whether the Liberals could pick this up.
Okay, Uncle Rick's going to keep his job. In this one riding, back to you.
It's fascinating data when you look at it, Vashti, because it shows you what are the ballot box issues, what's driving people to the polls, even though the dominant narrative in this election has been one person, Donald Trump, south of the border. It is important, but there are so many other issues at play too in this election.
Yeah, people really care about their cost of living and what's going to happen with that.
Absolutely. Let's take it over to Anne-Marie with her panel. Anne-Marie.
Well, I'm not older or rustic, I don't think, anyway, but I've been heading fast in that direction. Let's talk about, again, the people in these ridings. And if we're looking at both the riding that the Conservatives have flipped and the ones that they possibly could, there's a story that's developing across the country, and that is that urban and rural divide. Tom, I see you nodding there. You and I were having this conversation earlier.
I completely agree with what you're saying, because we talk about divisions based on
Tom
provinces,
will care.
resource producing provinces versus industrial and so forth. But you notice across Canada that there is a big division between the large urban centers and the rural areas. The large urban centers tend to be dominated by the Liberals, Toronto, Montreal.
But we're going to flip it
in the
this year.
outlying areas in Ontario and in Quebec, you see a lot of blue. In Quebec, it can be two shades of blue. It can be conservative or bloc, but it's a reality across Canada. And whatever else happens tonight when we come out of this election, there's going to have to be some bridge building, and it's not just province to province. I think we have to take into account the reality of rural Canada as well, and I don't think we do that enough. I live in the country, by the way.
James, you're nodding there?
Yeah, sure. And that's part of it, like bridging the two conversations, that and then the numbers that we're looking at here, right? There are polls that are coming in. We assess them 22 to 10, the seat totals now. Listen, we don't know which of those polls are, right? If the rural ones are coming in, that may be more accretive to one political party or another. But starting off the broadcast, I said, in 2015, Justin Trudeau won 32 of 32 Atlantic seats. That didn't happen. Stephen Harper won 14 of 32 seats when we won a majority in 2011. That didn't happen. Conservative vote floor is high, and it's higher this election than it was in last election. We've got more votes, a couple more seats we'll see. But if more votes is more efficient in the other provinces, that could be a very good night for the Conservatives, but we'll have to wait and see.
I know everybody here understands that language, but for the people at home, when we're talking about vote floor, what does that mean? Can you explain that?
The minimum number of seats that the Conservatives are most likely to win. That floor of the minimum number of seats is higher. It's gotten high. It was higher under Andrew Scheer than it was in 2015 under Stephen Harper. It got higher under Aaron O'Toole. The floor was the efficiency of the vote wasn't there. Pierre Poilievre's raised it higher. So the question is now, if it's 22-10 out of the 32 seats in Atlantic Canada, if the vote is more efficient in the rest of the country than it seems like it so far is in Atlantic Canada, if that vote, because I think in the popular vote, it's 50-43 right now. 50 Liberal, 43. That's good for the Liberals. It's also very good for the Conservatives. Nick Nanos has not a single pollster in the country, not one, that said the Conservatives would be at 43% Atlantic Canada.
Right.
Again, early. We'll see. We don't know if that's suburban, urban, or rural. We'll know that in the fullness of time. But if that 43 number and the velocity of that Conservative vote spills into the other provinces and they turn out and it's more efficient in other parts of the country, like the 905, like 604, 416, then that could mean we might have a very good night for the Conservatives. But we'll have to wait.
What would the Conservatives have to do, Ron,
Pollsters were wrong.
in order to speak directly to the voters in that part of the country? Issues with around fisheries, for example, and the idea of who's going to protect our industry, who's the leader best, who can best do that? Where do they have to reach out? Where do they have to convince them that maybe there needs to be a change?
I mean, they did. Pierre announced a doubling of funding for small craft harbors. There hadn't been new funding and investment in that for quite some time. He supported the LNG project in Newfoundland and Labrador. Remember, Mark Carney not only said no to the 5 demands from the energy sector, he also is introducing a larger industrial carbon tax and a brand new carbon tax, which is a tariff adjustment on the border. So everything coming in from imports coming into Canada will be taxed, tariffed for carbon. So people that understand energy understand what that means. Anyone who works in heavy industry understands what that means. Not everybody was talking about this, but people in the energy sector were talking about this. So interesting to see if that resonated with voters, if they understood that this is an attack on industry across Canada, but specifically an attack on oil and gas. And that's important in Newfoundland and Labrador.
Yeah, Chrissy?
Well, I think, rural and urban is really important, always has been.
Yeah.
But in this election, we've really noticed how age really is going to make a difference here. So older voters have been really worried about stability, about the safety of their savings, all of those things related to the Trump issue. That's been good for Carney. Young voters have been really interested in what's going on with some of the things that Ron has been talking about. How do I get a house? How do I get a job?
Young voters are fed up.
Build my wealth.
Young voters are gravitating towards Pierre and the Conservatives.
With the voter intensity, the number of them that are likely to show up, And what's been interesting in an older region like the Atlantic Canada, to see the Conservatives do as well as they have. I will say, I'm watching closely David Miles, who's a great Canadian songwriter, who's doing very, very well in Fredericton. And I think that's a good example of how a candidate, a young candidate, kind of can transcend some of those trends that you're seeing out there. And the other one, of course, is Lisa Harris in Mirror. She's a very close race out there. The woman's a firecracker. And if she wins that riding, it's
That's a firecracker coming from a firecracker.
Absolutely.
Harjit, what would you like to say?
When it comes to the Atlantic,
If you guys haven't yet already, I'd really, really appreciate it
areas,
if you took the time right now to hit that like button
families,
and subscribe to the channel.
somebody's casting a vote,
We
they're
can
looking
push
at
the
what,
stream out further.
regardless of age, they're
We
looking
got
at how it's going
18,000
to
people
impact
watching
the-
right now.
And I think in the Atlantic provinces, it really contrasted significantly in the rural urban areas. I mean, Goody Hutchins, who when I worked with her, she really kind of emphasized the importance of what we needed to do. For example, when there's a climate crisis like hurricanes that are coming up, it impacts communities very, very differently. And I know that Mark Carney's first stop was actually into the Atlantic when the campaign had started. And he understands that, there's a lot of opportunities that are out there when it comes to the energy sector as well.
Yeah.
How do we support small communities? But let's not also forget how the impact that Donald Trump will have on your pocketbook as well. So when we look at the
stop
challenges
pushing
of cost
liberal
of living,
propaganda,
that
dude.
Donald Trump is also going to be playing into this mix as well. Thank you.
Yeah. The other show when I'm not here, I'm at CTV Your Morning, so plug for our coverage tomorrow on our results day. That's
Elbows
coming
up,
up.
huh?
But I wanted to talk about, we took the show on the road to New Brunswick and to St. John in particular. And one of the big conversations that we haven't talked about yet is the importance of immigration to that region and regions like it in Atlantic Canada. And how does that play out when we take a look at people at the ballot box and who they want to vote for?
Well, I mean, this is actually something I was actually very pleasantly surprised when I first got into government, how welcoming the Atlantic provinces were to immigration. Remember during the Syrian refugee crisis and the success story that became. We need good labor. The Atlantic province fully appreciate this. So you need good policies in place. You got to be able to work with the provinces. And I think the Atlantic province has actually done quite well. I think
They're one of the parts of the country saying we want people to be here. We need more immigrants.
I actually trained in Fredericton, New Brunswick when I was in the military, and it's completely different from when you visit now, right? But the thing is, when we look at immigration, we need to look at it differently. We can't have it just polarizing in certain areas, and that kind of creates that negative narrative sometimes.
But, I think housing and immigration are inextricably linked in lots of parts of the country. So certainly you go to Atlantic Canada, people are incredibly welcoming. I mean, the Lebanese community is a founding community of Halifax. But you go to a city like Vancouver or Calgary or Toronto, places that are really struggling with housing, that's where the issues become more complicated. It's about settling people well, helping them immigrate, giving them an opportunity to be able to participate. And I think we will probably, post-election on your tomorrow show.
Tomorrow morning live from
Tomorrow
6 to 9,
morning live
sir.
at 6 to 9. I think you'll probably be talking about how that ultimately affected this election result.
All right. Cal, thanks so much. We're going to send it back to Bashir Omar.
You're not sleeping tonight, are you, Avery?
I'm not, as a matter of fact.
Nobody's sleeping tonight, man. We're all on
Certainly
edge.
some important factors here. You've got a gender divide in this country. You've got a generational divide in this country. And as Tom mentioned too, you've got the urban-rural split happening too. So we'll see how all that factors in when our next batch of votes come in about half an hour's time when the bulk of those polls close. We've got some potential sea changes that we've got.
Yeah, we
Like
do.
an hour and a half ago, they had the Liberals at -2, and now it's -3 from the seat change. So you're already starting to see things slowly creep into Pierre's favor. And we haven't even gotten to the swing areas like Quebec and like Ontario and like BC, right?
The conservative there.
Saskatchewan.
This is a significant one, Central Nova. Sean Fraser, cabinet
might not
minister
even
for a
win.
number of years in a very tight race.
Very
We're
tight.
going to keep our eye on that one. We've got a lot more coverage coming up. We're going to take a quick commercial break right here at CTV News. More special election 2025.
Sean freaking Fraser might not win his seat again. Oh man, that makes me so happy. Oh, I brought my sunglasses right here. I said at the start of the stream, it's an emotional day. I've already sat in my car, played music, and shed a couple tears. Right, they were slowly going back down my face. So I brought my glasses in case I started getting emotional, and I just throw that on and at least look like I'm crying, but I'm still cool, you know? We're all feeling the effects of the emotions tonight. At least I am. I'm locked in. I'm so invested in this. This is the future for my kids, my precious children, who might actually be watching at home right now. So shout out to my wife and kids who probably got me on the TV, sitting on the couch. Maybe they're having dinner right around now. I love you guys. This is incredible, folks. This is incredible. You are seeing a reversal in the polls. This liberal majority that they were all propagating, it's not happening. It's not at all happening. There's been a couple movements, just a couple little, on the liberal strongholds on the East Coast, where it's already been quite favorable for Pierre. Just a little bit. That's where it starts. The trickle effect, the butterfly effect, if you will. That's how the blue wave starts. You don't just start with a massive tsunami. You start small and it gradually gets bigger. And as the time goes on, in the next hour, hour and a half, you're going to start to see that wave just get bigger and bigger and bigger. And it just goes to show that those polls that, you know, Nanos, Ecos, and blah, 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 everyone, all those polls, it's not really true. The only poll that matters is what happens right now in real time tonight. And it's looking pretty good for Pierre. So if you're as excited as I am, put some W's down in the chat, show your support. Let's get that chat blowing up. I'm so excited that Sean Fraser might not get reelected. I might cry. I might not even put my glasses on if I cry on that point, because I'm just so excited for that big spaghetti noodle to get out of office, man.
Pollster Nick Nanos, the man behind the numbers here for us this evening, Nick. So we're going to take a look at some interesting heats that are popping out for you tonight.
No, absolutely. All this has to do with kind of the intensity of support, you know, basically across the country. And, you know, the thing is when we're looking at some of these scenarios, the key thing, Heather, to look at is 62 ridings are too close to call. If you see on the map anything that is black, that means it's a toss-up. But, you know, the thing is that there's still a lot of ridings that we don't know how they'll swing tonight, depending on the voter turnout and also the results of the advanced polls.
Yeah, certainly a lot of time to get through this evening, Nick, to see how it plays out. So we're going to start in Quebec, and as you mentioned, the black there, these ridings too close to call. But as we zoom into the greater Montreal area, Nick, we see that lone NDP riding, but then a few others at play here.
Absolutely. You can see in the south shore of Montreal, you know, a number of ridings that are
30 minutes till the next poll closes.
The Bloc Québécois and the Liberals, and it speaks to kind of outside of Montreal and the south shore, ridings that will be critical in terms
30 minutes, guys. Another province. We'll start counting. Hopefully this number goes up.
We've been talking so much about the Bloc Québécois and the Liberals, and if the Liberals can steal their votes this evening. So we're going to move on now, switching provinces, heading over to Ontario, and we're going to narrow in on the greater Toronto area. Nick, once a Liberal stronghold, not so much at the moment.
Yeah, well, still pretty good. And I think compared to where they were in December, that's looking very good for the Liberals because, you know, they were really way behind. And, you know, as of April the 26th, you can see still in the old city of Toronto, the Liberals doing well. That's Toronto, St. Paul's, that is a toss-up right now. But, you know, when you look at the Oakvilles and Mississaugas, that the Liberals still have the advantage. But, you know, the thing is the Conservatives in the suburban areas, especially north of Toronto, doing really well.
And again, this is your polling research as of April 26th. I just want to remind our viewers of that. All right, let's get out of Ontario now, head right over to the West Coast, zero in on British Columbia,
Shout out to
and take
Tim
a look
and
at
his
the
girl
Metro
Sarah who are watching.
area. And Nick, we know
appreciate
this
you guys
province
tuning in.
really crucial for the NDP tonight, but your polling showing otherwise.
Yeah, you know, the thing is that when we look at British Columbia, you know, it's a toss-up between the Conservatives and the Liberals. You know, the Conservatives do very well in the interior, but when we zoom into the lower mainland, you can see the Liberals benefiting from those three-way splits and doing really well in Vancouver. You can see the NDP, we have declared for one. Jagmeet Singh's riding, if you look at it, at risk in terms of...
Yeah, it's at risk. If Jagmeet Singh cried or if he cries.
Moving over to Vancouver Island,
If Jagmeet Singh loses his seat, I'm
territory
taking
here,
a swig of
but not
vodka
if we
right
head
out
to
the
the
bottle.
south.
No, when we get in the south, we can see Elizabeth May's riding of Saanich Gulf Islands and also Esquimalt for the Liberals. So we see Elizabeth May's riding potentially at play, challenged by the Conservatives. You know, the Conservatives doing really well on the island, at least in the latest round of research.
Okay, and I want to remind our viewers of this is what it looked like at Disillusion. So we just did a major
we gotta change that. We gotta change
You can
the
see
block.
the Conservatives improving their fortunes on the island.
That's what I wanna see.
This is for the New Democrats. This is where it really is that, you know, Vancouver Island and the Lower Mainland will make or break the New Democrats and Jagmeet Singh. If the Conservatives pick up seats, that'll be good news for Pierre Poilievre.
All right, Nick, we'll see how this polling plays out as the evening goes on. We'll send it back over to the studio.
All right, Heather, Nick, thank you so much. That island story is very interesting as well. Vancouver Island, 6 of the 7 seats were held by the NDP, and in BC, 12 of the 24 seats were held by the NDP. So whatever happens in that province, but particularly on Vancouver Island, could determine what the impact is on Jagmeet Singh's political future.
Yeah, their strategy really entailed focusing on those incumbent seats as well. We want to turn to some of the other parties to start off and check in on the headquarters, how things are going. We'll start with Mike Locouture. He's with the Liberals in Ottawa. If you look into the polling aggregators, right now, the top vote that the Conservatives have at this juncture in Atlantic Canada, Mike, is lower than was anticipated. The Conservatives is higher than what was projected. What are you hearing on the ground there about how much they're reading into that?
Yeah, I think they're all looking at these results and waiting. They continue to say that this is early times right now, Vashi. But you'd have to think by looking at that and the number of times that the Liberals have been out to Atlantic Canada, you just have to think about how Mark Carney went out there and had that sort of impromptu street hockey game in one of the laneways there, and that was in Colchester, Cumberland. And
Isn't this down the right,
Jamie? To take. You have to think that they might be just a little bit disappointed right now as they're seeing some of these numbers come up. I did reach out to the campaign, ask where Mr. Carney is and how he is feeling. He is watching these results come in from a hotel in downtown Ottawa, and somebody from his campaign did tell me that he's confident with the campaign that they've run, and they believe it's now up to Canadians to make their voices heard, and they will continue to be watching these results. But certainly a number of staffers that I've been trying to talk to here, asking them about them, and they said, look, we've put in the work at this point. Now it is up to the Canadians to decide, and it is, this going to be a very long night. I think everybody in this room, staff included, believe that it will be a very long night, and they're hoping that these numbers continue to shift in their direction, Bashing.
All right, thanks so much, Mike. Very much a wait-and-see thing. I'm looking at some results coming in from Central Nova, of course, long held by the McKay dynasty. Sean Fraser in a fight for his seat at this point.
This is a dramatic story.
It is a dramatic story. Sean Fraser, minister who held 2 big portfolios under the Trudeau government, in particular immigration and housing at some pretty crucial times for each of those files, said he was quitting. Then Mark Carney came on board. He said he's coming back right as the election started, and now it's not a given at all for him.
And that's what makes this election so exciting. Mike said this is going to be a long night. Certainly some very, very interesting storylines right across the country. Let's go to Abigail Beeman, who is with the Conservatives now. Abigail.
I'm glad you brought up Central Nova because I was with the Conservatives in Central Nova at that rally where they had both Elmer McKay and Peter McKay speaking, giving Pierre Poilievre an endorsement, and it was really interesting to watch that on the ground. They also invoked late Prime Minister Brian Mulroney, who held that riding as well, and you really paint the picture of that longtime Conservative stronghold, but held for the last since 2015 by Sean Fraser. And interesting to watch this race now. I remember speaking to one of the Conservative supporters there who told me that the local Conservative candidate there had told him he thought it would be a 50-50 shot at best. So I guess exceeding expectations at this point. But again, the same message from the Conservative campaign at this moment on the ground. Atlantic Canada overall far exceeding their expectations, and that's putting some wind in their sails for the start of the night, although of course acknowledging that things are still early and they're still feeling confident about Ontario when those results come in, and eventually BC as well. And like Mike Locouture, I've also asked about party leader Pierre Poilievre, and like Mark Carney, he's also at a downtown Ottawa hotel watching the results with his family. We've asked for some images of that. It seems unlikely that we will get them, but we will keep you posted about that, and I've asked for some updates about how he's feeling at this point in the night again.
Flood is literally streaming right there now.
His family and a room here that's anxious for more results to come in. Back to you.
All right, and we'll see if that optimism, that trend line continues as the votes come in several other provinces and territories in about 22 minutes time now.
Yeah, is this just a microcosm of what's to come, or it's sort of an anomaly? That will certainly be the question as those big results do start to trickle in. We'll head over to BC, get a check-in on New Democrats and their headquarters with Judy Trinh. Judy, I know their focus is far west and their polls close much later, but what do they think of these early results?
Well, I can tell you that there is a disappointment. Not that they were expecting to win anything in Atlantic Canada, but they were expecting to have a better showing than what they have, what the results have shown. And what I can also tell you is that they're watching what is going on in Southwest Ontario very carefully. And the reason for that is that the NDP say that they have more than they have endorsements from unions that represent more than 1 million voters. So that is strong union support. We know that Southwestern Ontario is the manufacturing heart of Canada. So whether or not they remain NDP in some of those ridings in Windsor and London, that will show exactly where the support is turning. Or did they shift because of the trade war in support of Mark Carney, or did they shift towards the Conservatives because of affordability issues? And I can also tell you that I'm not sure if our viewers are aware that in terms of where CTV reporters are assigned, that we rotate between parties. We cover the Liberals, we cover the Conservatives, and the NDP, so we get a sense of what is going on. And what I can tell you is that last weekend I was with the Conservatives, and I was in these communities in the Greater Vancouver area. And when I speak to these immigrant communities, as I was at the Visaki Festival, which had more than 500,000 Indo-Canadians, basically, many of them within the Sikh community take part in this festival. And what they were telling me was that they were concerned about cost of living. They were concerned about crime issues. They were concerned about housing. Those are issues that skew very closely to the Conservative platform. So are we going to see a shift of NDP to the Conservatives? So that is something that perhaps is an underlying factor that the polls may not reveal, that the internal polling of the Conservatives may have shown that strength. However, the NDP remain confident that they will maintain party status. Vashti and Omar, they're confident that they should get between 12 and 15 seats according to
The NDP is not going to maintain official party status. Folks, the NDP is completely freaking toast. Like, that's it. The NDP's done, man. There's never been more clear of an example of just how actually toast the NDP really is. This is incredible. I'm so excited. I'm so excited. All right, so what we're going to be doing now is we are going to be going. We're going to try to go on Elevate's stream. We're going to try to go live on Elevate's stream. We're going to see how this works out here. It's a big day. It's a big day. They said time is now. They said the time is now. So let's see how this works, huh? We're going to have to wait and see how this works. This is exciting. This is exciting. It's very tense. It's very, 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 very tense. Anybody else feeling pretty nervous? As excited as I am, I'm extremely nervous. Extremely nervous about how this is going to turn out. Oh, looks like there was something wrong backstage. I'm going to message him again. We're going to get back to what we were doing in the meantime. Man, everybody's having a hard time tonight. I don't know what it is. Everybody's having a hard time. All right, let's get back to it here.
Possible. That has been the message.
All right, Jeremy Shaw at Block Bitcoin headquarters there. Thank you.
We're just looking, keeping our eye on some of these results. We are less than 20 minutes away, just 17 minutes away from the bulk of polls closing across the country in Quebec, Ontario, Manitoba, Saskatchewan, Alberta, Nunavut, and Northwest Territories, 267 ridings in all. We're going to start to see whether some of what has emerged in Atlantic Canada transpires in other parts of the country. I'm just looking at this battle we were talking about in Central Nova. Abigail bringing up some interesting points about the Conservative focus there, the McKay's sort of legacy in that riding. But Sean Fraser and Bryce Jenkins, the Conservative candidate, neck and neck. Of course, Sean Fraser, a minister under the Trudeau government and the incumbent in the riding. Who better to give us reaction to that dogfight than our Todd Battis, our senior anchor at CTV News and Atlantic Canada. Todd, what's your read on this?
Well, Vashi, this is really interesting, and just in the days leading up to this, Pierre Poilievre had not made a visit to Nova Scotia. So when he did come late in the campaign, the one rally was in Central Nova, and you saw Fraser and Peter McKay, and they really are the elder statesmen of northern Nova Scotia. They came out and rallied in his
Sorry for those wearing headphones.
endorsed him,
Or if you're on
and
a
that was
TV.
late in the campaign.
I can't contain my excitement about that. I dislike him so much. He's such a horrible politician.
Now he's starting to separate a little bit, although as you mentioned, it is quite close. But that would be quite something, and the Conservatives would be happy about that. I just want to mention something on the point that Judy Tring made about the NDP in the Halifax riding. It was a vacant riding, and there was to be a by-election before the federal election was called, and the NDP had high hopes of winning that. Their candidate Lisa Roberts is currently third in the city of Halifax. It's already been declared elected by CTV News for the Liberal candidate there. But that gives you a sense of what's happening to the NDP vote in the Maritimes. But we'll keep an eye on that one in Central Nova as well. Cumberland Colchester, Dr. Stephen Ellis.
Okay, man, that makes me so happy. I don't know what else to do other than to just scream with excitement, man. Sean Fraser on his way out is just freaking incredible. Oh my goodness, that is just so exciting. I'm so happy that we're all here together to experience that. Oh my goodness. So what we're doing now is we're going on to the next show. We're going on to the Elevate Podcasts channel. Now, I think they were having some technical difficulties with their internet, but I think they fixed it. And so we're going to take a look at that right now. Should be good to go, though. I think it is good to go. We're going to have to see how fast they can get this done, because I don't want to leave everybody in limbo and in suspense. But this is awesome. This is awesome. Who else is excited about Sean Fraser? Like, let me know down in the comments which Liberal in particular you want to see lose their seat. I'm extremely happy with Sean Fraser losing his seat. It's top notch to see Jagmeet lose his seat. We're literally, I got a bottle of vodka in the. Oh, am I on the stream now? Hold on a second here. I can't hear you guys. I cannot hear you guys at all, fellas. Apparently I'm on the stream right now. I'm like in the room by myself. You brought me into a stream that I'm in the room by myself. Like there's nobody else in here but me. I'm not sure how that works. I see the Elevate podcast on my phone, but I'm in the room by myself. Okay, give me a second here. Give me a second. Am I the one that's having a hard time? All right, let's try that again. I'm literally talking to you, he says. Okay, let's try that one more time. Didn't have an issue before. We're going to go to the audio. AirPods are working. It's on here. And I'll try one more time. No. So I know what the issue is, Elevate fellas, and it's because you're not streaming with StreamYard. That's what the issue is. That's not going to work out tonight, unfortunately, because I think you're sharing your screen on StreamYard. That's all right, fellas. We have to keep the show rolling, though. We can't keep doing these back and forth, so things not working out. So let's get back to the feed on CTV. We're trying to do all of these collaborations here, and it's just a little tricky.
Here in just over 10 minutes, we're going to be getting some results. It'll be really interesting. But for now, let's go over to Calgary. Thanks, Michelle. Now, we know that Alberta isn't exactly Liberal territory. In fact, they've only ever held 4 seats in this province. The first time was in 2015. That was Justin Trudeau's first term. Then you have to go all the way back to 1968 under his dad, Pierre Elliott Trudeau. But there is one riding that we're watching tonight that could be a pickup. So this is Calgary Skyview. George Chahal won this for the Liberals in 2021, but he's not running there this time. He's running in McKnight, which is a new riding. That's because most of old Skyview is now in new McKnight. The Liberal candidate in Skyview is a local business person. He's not particularly well known. He's not going to have the same kind of name recognition that Chahal did. But what may benefit him is some general disgruntlement, and I just make a word up there, toward the Conservatives right now. And I'll tell you why. It's because the Conservative Party appointed both of the candidates for McKnight and Skyview, and there were a number of potential candidates who were hoping to run in those 2 ridings. They had spent about a year fundraising and door knocking and signing up members, and a lot of their voters have been telling us that they're really angry about this. So Skyview might be a place that could be a pickup for the Liberals tonight because people are upset with the Conservatives. We'll be watching it. Let's go to Mi Zhang in Vancouver.
Thank you, Tara. Well, we have seen, as you were mentioning earlier, the Conservative support actually higher than expected in Atlantic Canada. If that trend continues, the Conservatives could have a good chance of flipping some seats here in BC. One of them is Similkameen, South Okanagan. In 2021, it was a close race with the Conservatives less than 2 points behind the NDP. We're also watching Richmond East, Steveston now. This has a history of flipping between Liberal and Conservative. Richmond residents have been quite vocal about their concerns over public drug use, safe consumption sites. So we'll see if the Conservative stance on drug addiction will sway Richmond voters away from the Liberal incumbent. Nanaimo Ladysmith, also one to watch. Last time it was a tight 3-way race. This time it's actually a 4-way race with the Green candidate Paul Manley in the mix. Crime, homelessness, big issues in Nanaimo as well. Will that shift the riding from green to blue? BC voters have about 40 minutes left before polls close. Back to you.
All right, Mi Zhang, thank you. And before that, of course, a big wave of results expected in about 10 minutes' time, certainly from Ontario, which is a massive battleground. And I'll be looking at sort of those early results from, obviously, the GTA, the 905, but also Peterborough, which is a bellwether. The way Peterborough goes, so too does the rest of the country most times. So that'll be one to watch.
Yeah, and some interesting ridings that Michelle was talking about, particularly.
All right. Well, we got 10 minutes until the next poll starts to update. And this is going to be wild. This is going to be absolutely insane. All right. Yeah, I do. Give me 1 second here, fellas. All right. Here we go. We got this figured out now. Let me just update it on my end here. I hear you, but I don't see you. That's the difference. Well, it's not though, because so for those who are just trying to understand right now, I'm in your StreamYard, and you're supposed to be here as well, so we can all talk. But you're using StreamYard and you're recording with your OBS, right?
Yeah, that's exactly how we're operating. Is that what's happening here? You're on.
Yeah, that ain't gonna work, fellas. Sorry.
All right. Sorry, sir. Thanks for coming on. Appreciate it.
No problem. We'll try next time.
Yeah, no worries.
All right, so there you go. That's the issue. That's all good. We're gonna get back to that stream. We have 10 minutes of time before the next big update. So for those that are kind of confused as to what's going on, that was the Elevate podcast, and the way that they set up StreamYard, I'm unsure if they've used it before for streams, but StreamYard is whatever. It's all kind of complicated, but it didn't work out. Unfortunately. You could probably hear them for a short amount of time, all the collaborations are trying to work out. Everyone's scrambling last minute. Sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. Not to worry because we still have more people on the
in a
list for
different
voting
direction
today.
than we've seen so far, but that remains to be determined.
But
So
the
that
most
may
important thing
factor
to keep in
not only
mind is
in
that in
Atlantic Canada,
6.5 minutes,
That's a
we're gonna
massive
have the
number,
biggest
as
update.
Heather just
One of the
pointed out,
biggest
7.3
updates
million. It
so
shows
far
you
in
the
the night.
level of engagement there
And it's
is
only gonna get
in
bigger.
this election. And at the end of the night, it'll be interesting to see what the voter turnout was right across the country, to see if it was historic, given the threats that we've been seeing from the U.S. or not. So, of course, a lot of data coming in after election night as well.
Yeah, I think the projection, if the advance vote were to hold, let's say, and be extrapolated out, would then be something in the neighborhood of 70%, which is we haven't seen since I believe it was 1993. I think I can throw over to Anne Marie, who is going to talk to our panel about some of that stuff.
Well, yeah, and so that's what's a really interesting point, Vash, is you have this giant surprise box that nobody knows what's inside. And a reminder to everybody at home, I know a lot of people have just gone through provincial elections in this last year. They're used to those results coming in fast because those are electronic. So to remind everybody at home, federal ballots are counted by hand, which is why we've got sort of this long waiting period while we start to see numbers come in. The same will hold true for advanced polls counted by hand, but they will count it either an hour or 2 hours before polls closing. Some ridings, I understand, are even waiting until all the ballots were in. So that's why we don't have this number. But back to this surprise box of all of these votes, this almost record turnout of voting. Like, how can this change things, and what are the parties anticipating that's inside? Rana, go ahead.
Yeah, I mean, I think if I think of a new voter, I think of someone who's never voted before.
Sure.
And what's motivating them? A lot of them are younger. And
The younger
I think they're
crowd is
coming out
getting
the
out and voting,
sidelines
man.
because of the anger around the decline of our economy. We have a productivity problem, 6 quarters of productivity decline. We have 6.8% unemployment in this country. We are one of the most unaffordable places in the OECD to buy a house. 355% increase.
My wife
That's how
ordered
much it
food
costs.
to the
Young
trailer,
people,
so I'm
even
gonna
if
go
they
get that.
graduate with a degree or a
Thank you,
trade
Sweetie. I
skill,
love you very much.
they can never catch up when it comes to their wage, the growth of wages,
Shane's
to
gonna keep
actually
going.
afford to buy a house.
And I'm
I
listening,
think
don't worry,
that's
folks.
what's in that surprise box. The people that are saying this economy has left me behind, and I am motivated to get out and vote.
I can tell you, I voted in the advance polls, and it wasn't full of young people. It was full of a lot of middle-aged and older people.
All the rustic voters.
Well, no, not necessarily rustic, not in my neighborhood, but I would say it was older voters who, like my age and older, who were thinking to themselves, this is an incredibly consequential election, and we want to make sure the person who gets elected is someone we can count on and trust. So, I mean, I think the thing about the surprise box that's interesting, though, is we don't know which ridings where it's already been included, where we don't know which ridings where it's been counted, and so you take a riding like Central Nova. This could make a huge difference.
I'll give you a
And so we can't, it really makes the predictions difficult to understand.
2011 Orange Wave in Quebec, NDP does really well. Mark Garneau conceded defeat in Westmount, one of the safest Liberal ridings, but he eventually won once they counted the advance polls, because we had zero ground game in a lot of these ridings. We had very few members there, and especially in a place like Westmount. So once the Liberals had applied their ground game, they filled the advance poll, they counted up, they won considerably. So there can be real surprises as you open up the surprise boxes.
Archie, I'll let you check here.
No, this is one that I was really interested in. So I was surprised so many people coming in the advance polls. So as I was talking, and now that I'm out, people are kind of opening up more to me. Again, the fear factor with Trump, right? I think Canadians wanted to really make have a say, be part of the election coming up, get in early, make a choice, and show their patriotism and make a choice, regardless of who you're going to choose. I think that was, my opinion, probably why we had larger numbers in the advance poll.
Surprises make for an interesting night, especially on election night. So we cannot wait to find out, what's already been opened, where we see the effects of that. Vashino, we'll send it back to you.
Okay, thank you so much. Anne-Marie, we've got just a couple minutes, guys, until the polls close in much of Canada. Scott, your thoughts on advance voting and how it may impact things?
Why don't I give you a specific example, just to lighten this conversation up. So we're watching Central Nova very closely. Obviously, Sean Fraser's riding, very marquee riding in Atlantic. He's behind by a handful of votes. I'm told by his riding that of the advance polls, 3 out of 25 of the advance polls have been counted, but only 3 out of the 25. So that gives you an indication of what Tom talking about, how you can come charging from behind. So when all of those are counted, my suspicion is Sean Fraser will win this riding because he's been in all 3 of the polls that have been counted from the advance. He's been well ahead. So We may see that phenomenon occur in a couple more of these Atlantic ridings. And again, popular vote overall and all the votes that have been cast, Liberals are ahead by 11%. So be careful about extrapolating what we've seen so far and thinking that, you know, the Conservatives are going to make massive gains on them.
The good thing is we only have about 30 seconds left until we know.
That's even better.
We start to know. I should say last 30 seconds, Steve Curry.
Minute left, guys. My province will be announcing
Because there's been a lot of
everything.
of the electorate and asked the question each about the advance polls. And the data on that shows that it hasn't been that different than what we would typically see.
One more minute.
A lot more older voters
My province
than younger voters. And
will determine
because it was over a long weekend, I don't know. We'll see.
if the Conservatives catch a lead or not. It's probably the most important province.
Demographic complexion of those voters. It's probably
It's full of Liberals, but that's okay. I love everybody. But we'll see. 45 seconds. 45 seconds. Holy fuck.
And we shall see shortly. Kathleen, I'll get back to you in a moment.
Oh, fuck.
Just a few seconds away from all of those 267 polls closing.
Yeah, we're about to get more of these political blanks being filled just moments from now. We're just getting prepared for the biggest wave of poll closings.
Let's go. 23 seconds. 23 seconds.
In fact, we'll have results from hundreds of ridings all the way west to Alberta. Stay with us. This is CTV Election 2025.
Going on a break.
Let's go, everybody.
Come on, he knows. He knows.
This is the biggest poll that we're going to see. The biggest poll update is happening right now.
Biggest poll update is happening right now.
So while we wait, let's get hyped, huh? Let's get hyped. My wife at home in a different city, in a different part of the province, just ordered me some food in my trailer to keep me going. I appreciate
Who will win, you think? Liberals, definitely. But if Conservatives win, I will be very happy.
I don't want to listen to that at all. Not yet. Not yet. Who's ready for this?
We want blue to win, personally. Blue to win.
Biggest update on the polls, on the results of this election are happening in a moment. So, if you're on your phone, if you're on a computer, if you're on your TV, go over to the comments section and hit some W's. Let's get some W's going in that chat. Let's get it going. Let's get it motivated. Let's keep the vibes extremely good. Let's keep the hype as high as we possibly can, because here we go, folks. It is about to happen.
So are the stakes. Canada's next government is beginning to take shape.
The party's final sprint for support all comes down to this. The end of a kind of unprecedented stretch. The unpredictability, as we've seen so far, though, far from over.
Here in studio, we're lucky to be surrounded by some of Canada's finest
12, it went up. Oh, but Liberals went up too. Liberals went up too.
Heather Butts is with us with a look at how things are standing at this hour. Heather, after
Block, okay, Liberal just went up. Fuck. Sorry, don't.
an exciting evening. We've already seen those polls close in Atlantic Canada earlier this
We want this to rise. This one. 12 to go up. This to not go up.
we were at dissolution. So the standings at dissolution, the Liberals had 152 seats, the Conservatives 120, the Bloc Québécois 33, the NDP 24, the Green Party 2 seats in the House of Commons. Now,
These numbers can change. These votes are being counted live. These votes are being counted live. This could drop down back to 23. That could go up to 14. They're live, so they can switch. So it's my province, Ontario. Sorry if I'm screaming into the mic. I've been waiting for this for 2 years.
this evening, we will have 343 elected and heading to
We just went up 13, 13, 13.
that we are keeping a very close eye on this evening is 172. That is the number required for majority. Of course, the
13, 25. Block just got 4.
Let's take a look at the House projections. This is from the CTV News decision.
Conservative went up 14. Okay.
That the Liberals could get seats anywhere from 138 to 176, perhaps crossing that majority marker of 172. The projections for the Conservatives getting a range of anywhere from 114 to 138. Now, of course, these
Greed, you're a good man. You're a good man, bud. 15, 15. I think it went up. I haven't I wasn't paying attention.
Shift throughout the evening as your votes are counted.
This number's gonna rise. This is a liberal province. This is a very liberal province they're calling right now.
38 seats for the NDP this evening. But again, those numbers
But this number has to go up. Sorry, I'll stop pointing.
This is a forecast, and the range will ebb and flow this evening as parties perform. 172, though, that is the magic marker, if you will, the number that we're keeping a very close eye on as this evening unfolds. Back to you.
All right, thank you so much, Heather. That's Heather Butts with some early projections. And the big news right now is that polls in much of the country, the bulk of ridings, the majority of them, 267.
16 boys, 16 girls. 16, 16. We're down by 10. 17, 17. Ooh.
For example, in François Philippe Champagne's riding, he is currently the Minister of Finance.
18, 18. We're looking for Thunder Bay to turn blue as well. Thunder Bay is to turn blue. That is my city. 18, 18 boys.
The Liberal has a lead of 21 votes right now. Again, just two of the 236 polls reporting, because again, these polls just closed about
27, 18. Come on.
This was one of the first Quebec polls to close. You see there that, again, the Liberal incumbent is trailing the Bloc Québécois candidate there, Alexis Duchesne, who has the lead right now.
In Essex, by the way, glad I didn't have to pronounce that riding. Very impressive. Chris Lewis with the lead, the incumbent, the Conservative incumbent in Essex. You can see, again, just one poll reporting there, but the results from provinces where polls have...
These could change, right? This could go back down. It's being live counted. This could drop 7 points. This could raise 7 points. They're doing it all by hand. So.
Leslyn Lewis, the incumbent in Haldimand, Norfolk. She is kind of one of the front bench people.
2029.
For the Conservative Party, she ran for the leadership a number of years ago. Just one poll reporting there, but she does hold a lead of 48 votes.
21, 21. 9 plus 10, boys. What's 9 plus 10? Sorry. I'm tired, hyper, nervous. 30? They're at 30, bro. 21, 21. Stay positive. Block's picking some stuff up. If we don't catch a majority government, we could pick up the Bloc for a majority. If not, Conservatives can continue with a minority. See, it went down, it went down. And that went up. That went up. We want this number to drop still. Nope, back up to 30. I'll stop touching the screen. I'll stop touching the screen. Double-digit lead.
She's a very well-known member of parliament in Calgary.
Conservative. Liberals only at 15 votes. That looks good. That looks good. 22, boys. 22. 22. 22.
Looking to see if there's any movement in some of the ridings the Liberals had hoped. Hey, if things are as good as we think they might be, we could swing there. So far, no evidence of that, but obviously very early. And Lloydminster,
come on. 32, you motherfucker.
We know Conservatives struggle, but we'll see if there are any gains that other parties are able to make there. Again, those results.
All my neighbors are watching it. I can look at their houses. I see on their TVs.
In the bulk of the country, we will be bringing those to you, but this is significant, this batch of results, Vashi.
Yeah, very much so. I mean, basically the path to government has to go through Ontario and
Let's go. Let's go. 33. They're at 33 again. Sadly, but it's how it goes. It's how it goes. We're in a liberal province. Liberal province. God damn, bro. What the fuck?
There's a couple of dominant storylines today. Of course, who will win, who will form the next government, whether it's a majority or a minority.
35, 23. We want this number to drop. We want this number to drop.
leaders. What happens on Vancouver Island with the Green Party's Elizabeth May, and also with Shane Singh, we saw just moments ago that he was struggling in that Burnaby riding of his. So whatever happens in British Columbia, where obviously that is a party where they have the bulk of their seats, that will have a significant impact on the future of that leader as well. So lots of skin in
Also
the game.
struggling, Maxime Bernier, just one poll, the leader of the People's Party of Canada, currently in fourth place in that riding.
But there's so much skin in the game for all of these leaders. Obviously, Mark Carney wants to keep his job as Prime Minister. Poilievre wants his job. And it's talking about the others as well. Again, this riding
Conservative, heavy conservative. Everybody else
is
combined times
in last place right now. Wow. Again, one poll reporting at 245 with the Conservative candidate.
37-26, 37-26, 11-point difference.
Additional results as they come in.
Come on, Thunder Bay.
I think there are some more. It's
Thunder
gonna
Bay.
be a trickle for the beginning part because there's lots to count. There's also the huge advance vote portion. We'll be talking all night about a record of 7.3 million Canadians. That all has to be counted as well. We're looking here at Ajax. We're getting closer to the Greater Toronto area. Just one poll reporting there with the Liberal leading Greg Brady, Jennifer McKelvey leading Greg Brady. We'll keep an eye, of course, on other ridings in the GTA. There are some specific ones where the Liberals eked out a victory.
Block's picking up. That's the first NDP point. They're projected not to do very well at all.
And what story that tells. The primary thing that I think we're watching for right now is there was some surprise that Atlantic Canada entire popular vote we don't think has been counted because of advance votes. But the idea that Sean Fraser's in a battle for his seat, the idea that the Liberals are underperforming polling projections for them in Atlantic Canada in the aggregate, the Conservatives are doing the converse, they're outperforming. The key question now
Why is the Bloc picking up so many votes? Is that maybe they released Quebec?
is a trend or becomes a trend because that will have a very different impact on the outcome.
And Heather had the floor, the ceilings for each of those parties.
Next is British Columbia. It's 50-50, Liberal, Conservative. A lot of the islands vote Conservative. That is in 20 minutes. Oh, it swapped. It went down, it went up. We're 9 away, 9 away.
Nobody out there, just pick up swing of some, just have a nice sip of alcohol from I'm so happy that Sean Fraser, he went to retirement and came out of retirement all within like 3 months.
At times it could take in certain ridings longer than others, particularly the riding of Carlson, Pierre Poilievre's riding. We'll see and bring you those
39-29, 10 away, 10 away. Never mind, 11. I'm from Manitoba. Hope Conservatives crush it here. I hope they do, buddy. I hope they do.
Concerned about the situation at Atlantic Canada. Certainly they're looking at those numbers, but what we're told is that they're looking, of course, much more closely.
They must have released Quebec. Bloc is definitely did not get that many points in Ontario. Unless there's some French counties that I don't know about.
Is changing a little bit here because people are starting to arrive as those polls close, the doors opened here, and so we're seeing some workers, some people who are volunteers trickling in, talking about what it's been like on the ground. We've been told with the party that they wanted those volunteers out there. They didn't
Still 10 away, still 10 away. There's still hope. Still lots of hope.
working every single door to ensure that there would be.
Don't forget to subscribe, guys, please. Check out my channel. I do some pretty unique stuff.
There's still a lot of people who said, look, a few months ago, this was such a different situation. Now we've been door knocking for several weeks and we're talking to people. There's a lot more enthusiasm. We've been feeling it on the ground. We know that this is happening. We're just waiting to
9 away, 9 away.
reflects in the numbers up there, but they've got their red dresses on. We've seen people with hockey shirts on, people coming here and are ready to celebrate here. They're just right now looking very closely at those numbers and seeing just what kind of a party they may have tonight.
All right, still lots at stake, and we'll see what happens when those results start coming in.
Yeah, we're staying.
I'm gonna start praying. I promise to go back to church. I'll go back to church if this number goes up.
Be able to say what kind of government this is and who forms it. Let's check in with Abigail Beeman. She's with with the Conservatives at this moment in time. Abigail, you've been saying they were kind of.
Would you do a live reaction video once?
In a surprised in a good way. What are they telling you about what they think their prospects
Yeah.
are in Ontario and Quebec?
I'm either jumping off a bridge or lighting off fireworks, buddy. I'll do something.
Right. Well, you know, you're telling me that you are closely watching that ticker, and I can tell you that everybody in this room is doing the exact same thing.
10 away still. 10 away. Block keeps picking up points.
10 size on the screen. I switched over to these.
We're going up. We're going up. 35, 35.
Situation because it just got so loud in here. The second there was anything positive sounding about those new results coming in, so this is a room.
Oh my gosh.
That is very anxious for some good news. But to your question about what the campaigns are saying, or what the campaign is saying, so we have been told that Ontario is going
We are 8 away. We are 7 away. I repeat. 7 away. 7 away. 8. Oh, 6 away. 6 away. We're 6 away. 7. 5 away. We're 5 away. We're 5 away. We're 5 away. 4. No. 6. 6. Did I get all those numbers wrong? Fuck, Liberals. Sorry, if anyone's Liberal in here, feel free to speak your mind.
All right, thanks so much. Abigail Beenan for us at Conservative headquarters as they, like us, Omar, stays
Oh, it's going back up. Come on, 40. Come on, 40.
The NDP in Burnaby tonight, and polls closing there in about 16 minutes' time. And what happens in BC
40.
could,
I'm sorry.
determine Jagmeet Singh's future.
Please. Please go up.
Burnaby Central. He said that in certain areas, because of redistricting, there are
48 just went up. To win, you need, from majority government, you need 172. 172. We've only completed 2 provinces so far. 2 provinces. We need this to get to 40. I'll stop talking. I'll stop talking.
They're saying that NDP supporters are actually scared of Donald Trump, scared of Pierre Poilievre. And so what they are doing is that they are shifting their vote to the Liberals, to Mark Carney. And so the volunteers, the campaign workers are spending a lot of time talking to these people, saying, please, you know what? We can be your voice. The NDP can be your voice in Parliament to counter, to be the voice of accountability. We were successful in pushing the former Liberal government to enact childcare.
That's true. That's true. I really don't know how politics work. If we're able to pick up the block and become a majority, I think that'd be the best option. I think Alberta will still hate us. Alberta hates the Liberals, obviously. But if we win, Alberta won't separate, possibly. But those two together, Alberta might get even more pissed off. I really don't know. I really don't know. Yeah. Conservatives plus Quebec, and we need to make Alberta happy. So.
Who look to potentially pick up at this point in time 7 seats. The Bloc, another, not a big story. It's at the Bloc's expense. They're down 6 seats at this point. They, of course, at dissolution were holding 33.
Quebec.
Let's head to Jeremy Sharon. He's actually.
The Bloc lost 6 seats. Liberals gained 7. That's not good at all. It's not good at all. But we're at 40.
What their expectations were and how this
We're at 40.
must be disappointing to them.
It's very bad. This number went down. This number went down. This went up. So did that. That dropped 2.
they were, likely going to vote strategically to
BC starts closing in 12 minutes.
Good vibes, though. Good vibes. Good vibes.
groundwork by the bloc here. Messaging change from their leader, Yves-François Blanchet, that,
Oh my gosh.
polling was a potential Liberal majority. And so the messaging here was, let's not let the Liberals get a majority. You don't need to fear about a Conservative government getting in anymore.
We're at 45.
Bloc MPs back to Ottawa to ensure that Quebec's priorities are a focus. So interesting to hear very similar stories here from Bloc Québécois campaign staffers as NDP staff, as both of those parties fight for kind of the same outcome here, or the same role.
61, 63.
I'm not really entertaining the conspiracy side of anything, but how?
As a very significant storyline, in
64.
particular for the Liberals,
How
if those
can
numbers
Carney
hold out,
seriously
and if the
coach
bloc continues on
parts
this
of
trend,
Quebec in
you
the
can see at the
bloc?
bottom of our screen now,
He can't
very low
speak
seat count for
French.
them.
That doesn't
At this
make
juncture,
any
that
sense.
could certainly help bolster the Liberals' chances overall, but we wait to see the final
And
result.
these numbers, as you saw, are fluctuating in real time. The block just a couple minutes ago was at 11, and now it's down to 8. And we knew heading into tonight, based on the polling, that the block was vulnerable in the province of Quebec. But now we are seeing the impact of that hit, and obviously the main beneficiary there has been the Liberals. And so, if this continues in other parts of the country, in Ontario, that will be good news for the Liberals. But of course, we have to wait to see some more results. But I'm just looking at the result for Central Nova, which is a riding in Atlantic Canada that we keep going back to over and over again. And you can see there, Vashi, just how much of that spread between...
Okay, that's funny. I don't like him, and he lost his seat. It's close. It's very close, but this guy's not good for Canada.
Still waiting, Todd, to figure out
He's like 300
if
votes ahead of
advance
Fraser.
polls will have an impact on this, but
That's
this is as tight as
so
it gets
embarrassing for Sean Fraser.
Sean Fraser. Yes, it's a riding that the McKays, of course, held for a very long time, but this is not someone who was not a prominent
Liberals just dropped 2. Liberals just dropped 2.
major portfolios.
I don't know where they went, but
Two major portfolios, immigration and housing, and you're right. And at last glance, the lead
48.
Jason Jenkins of the Conservatives is 270.
Liberals are back up.
Votes, and
Fuck.
It's interesting. I'll go back to something Scott Reed mentioned on your panel earlier about whether those advanced polls are being counted at the same time, or if they're still outstanding, and whether that can have an impact on the final results of that, because it is just so close right now in northern Nova Scotia. So that's certainly one where the advanced pollings, if the advanced votes, if those are being counted a little later towards the end, that could have an impact on that particular riding. I'll go quickly to another one, Cumberland Colchester, also in Nova Scotia. The incumbent Dr. Stephen Ellis, his numbers have been
8 minutes and 50 seconds until
waning.
BC polls
He's
close.
up, 1,000
If you are in the
votes
line,
now, we'll certainly keep a close eye on this one, because again,
I have to mute the feed. Folks, if you're in British Columbia and you are in line right now, or you know somebody that's in line, even though the polls close in 8 minutes and 30 seconds from now, in BC, if you are in the line, you're good to go. So please, message people that you know who are in the line right now, saying, don't leave. Don't leave until you vote. Get to the line. You got 8 minutes. You got 8 minutes to get there. Get in the line. Don't leave. Man, we need it. We need it. We need everyone.
72, 51. 72, 51.
Three-way race going into it tonight. It was too close to call. Right now, the incumbent bloc is running third after the Liberals and the Conservatives. It is early yet, but that's not a good sign, because this riding is thought to be a very good indicator of what might happen here in Quebec. We'll take a look at the other riding in the Gaspé. We've been talking about that for a while, because the results here came in about 30 minutes earlier, because it's in an earlier time zone.
To a conservative, to a blocking crowd. We need that. We need that flip.
Between the bloc and
The
the
bloc
Liberals.
needs that seat.
The bloc has put in a fairly well-known media personality here, Alexis Deschênes, but as we say, it's still really, really close. They're still going back and forth.
We are 21 points behind, ladies and gentlemen. 21 points. 22 points up behind.
Tonight so far. Let's see what's going on in Ottawa.
23. All right.
All right, Mr. B, we want to come back to the Carleton riding, which is such an interesting one in so many ways. Pierre Poilievre has held on to it since 2000.
2004, but he has never seen this kind of competition, at least in terms of numbers. 91 candidates in that Carleton riding where the ballot
for crying out
is nearly a
loud,
meter
this
long.
stupid thing.
I don't have the actual ballot here, but when I printed out the names, it's 3 pages worth, and we don't have any results, as you can see yet. It's all very interesting because not only do we have that long ballot with all the names on there, part of a protest from a group called the Longest Ballot Committee. They're protesting the current first past the post electoral system, so it could be some delays because
Let's
of all those
update
names.
Elections
But it
Canada
also
so that never
has
happens again.
Carleton
That's
did
stupid
the
and a
highest
waste of
voter
taxpayers'
turnout
money
in
and time.
advance polls anywhere in the country. So there's a lot of ballots to count. To mitigate delays, Elections Canada said they were going to begin counting those ballots cast in the advance polls 6 hours before polls close. Extra teams being brought in, but as you can see, we do not have any numbers out of that key Carleton riding where Pierre Poilievre's running just yet. We want to go back over to Toronto in the Greater Toronto area and Michelle now.
Thanks, Patricia. Well, the polls have closed here in Toronto and the GTA, and we're starting to get some of the numbers rolling in here in this vote-rich part of the country. I want to draw your attention to Ajax. This is a riding we've been watching. This was Mark Holland's riding, not running for re-election. Jennifer McKelvey running for the Liberals in this riding. She's well known. She was a councillor. She was interim mayor of Toronto for a while. She's hoping to keep the seat red. Greg Brady is a well-known Canadian radio host. He has a show, Toronto Today. So far, Jennifer McKelvey is leading, but we only got one of the polls reporting. This is certainly one that could be a battle, and we'll be watching. And then Markham Stouffville, interesting so far. This is incumbent Helena Jasek's riding. Right now, we have the Conservative candidate, a police officer who seems to be leading, but again, it's early days. But it is nice to see some results starting to come in, and I think shortly we'll be getting a better sense of if there are winds of change blowing through this part of the country or if people are deciding to stay the course. We'll send it over to Calgary. Tara Nelson.
Yeah, let's go Calgary, see what's up.
Thanks very much, Michelle. I'm just looking at the ticker there. We have one NDP seat on the board so far. There should be a few more coming in as we work our way across the prairies and the results start coming in. There's one I want to draw your attention to in Edmonton, and that is Edmonton Greaseball. So Blake Desjardins won this in 2021. It was a very close race, one for the NDP.
Get that
with
nut job
just
out of there.
4% margin, 1,500 votes over the incumbent, Kerry Diot, the Conservative incumbent there. He was a 2-term MP. He was also a former city councillor.
81-56. 81-56.
He's running again. This could be a very tight race. I am seeing pollsters talk about a group of voters called modest metros, and these are young voters in urban areas, and their biggest concern is their financial future and their financial security. There are a lot of them in Greaseball. So if Desjardins has been able to target
We got some more numbers coming in 4 minutes. 4 minutes on the right side there.
financial future, he might be able to
That might not even be good for us either, but hopefully we get close to a tie, and then we haven't even touched the blue states yet. Blue provinces. Alberta, Manitoba. Sorry, Alberta, Saskatchewan. I don't know about Manitoba. Hopefully it's good.
The Liberals need to hang on to ridings like Vancouver Centre, home to Canada's oldest MP, Hedy Fry. She's running for re-election. Some say she is
States. What up, flanker? What up?
serving in the parliament since 1993. She was a rookie then who took down former Prime Minister Kim Campbell.
If you're watching and you haven't hit the
Liberals
like
are also
button.
banking on retaining North
Yeah, subscribe, guys. Subscribe. Check out my channel.
Jonathan Wilkinson, and he won handily last time around. We're also watching Burnaby North Seymour held by Terry Beach. He's been the MP there since 2015. A career highlight for him, toppling longtime NDPer Sven Robinson in 2019.
What up, flanker?
Now, though, appears to be
Are you Canadian?
conservatives. Back to you, Omar Bashi.
All right, Mijung, thank you so much. Let's bring in our chief financial correspondent, Amanda Lang, right now. And we're watching the story now developing in Quebec, right? The
61.
collapse of the Bloc Québécois, which is something we had seen heading into this, but now we're seeing...
Where are you from, flanker? Who did you vote for? If you want to share it, you don't have to.
And how that's impacting what we're seeing now.
Yeah, and so interesting because we knew, of course, that the electorally important Quebec, that the Bloc would need to be ceding seats to the Liberals if the Liberals could form
Conservative. Nice, buddy.
And we are seeing, thanks to our friends at the
So did I. So did I.
Business Data Lab, calculated the terror sensitivity.
There's still lots to come.
And some of them are very much
much in play. So on that list is Trois-Rivières, which is, of course, on the St. Lawrence, right between Quebec City and Montreal.
Conservatives numbers going up.
And it, at the moment, shows the
I don't want to see Liberal triple digits.
a pretty sizable lead at the moment, and the incumbent bloc.
We want to see this rise up. Rise up.
The other two very sensitive places, Drummond and Saint Jean, do seem to be tilting to the bloc. So it's kind of an interesting read on, was the message of Canadian unity, of rallying together behind the flag enough to tilt the balance away from the bloc in some of these key Quebec ridings. Of course, we're watching it so closely. If you're a Liberal, you have a lot riding on what happens on what.
Can I vote for Trump too? I don't think so, bud.
So, and we just wanted to quickly direct your eyes
You can try.
where we've got an early breakdown of
That's our guy.
The popular vote at
That's
this
our guy.
juncture among the votes that have been counted. The Liberals sitting at 51%, the Conservatives at 39%, the NDP at 4%. In particular, that NDP number, keep in mind we haven't counted British Columbia, but that is low and informing the higher number for the Liberals.
Liberals are at 91.
We watch more of those results come in, and we can say in the least surprising announcement.
Greed says question mark.
Garner in Alberta has reclaimed her seat as the incumbent candidate, very well known MP in Alberta.
Interesting, actually, Calgary, another one of the very tariff-sensitive regions, but that's not
Different
expected to
reaction.
tilt it towards the Liberals particularly.
If this does hold in Quebec, how significant do you think it is? I mean, I know from the Liberal campaign certainly was counting on Quebec to be a part of their story tonight.
All of the math that we've seen that showed anywhere approaching a Liberal majority meant the bloc kind of collapsed by at least 10 seats compared to the last election. Have we seen that yet? It's not totally clear, but it's very interesting to see some of these very key ridings in play when the incumbent's in third place. That says that there's something different in the air.
And we keep talking about this collapse. I mean, just to contextualize it right now, and again, it is early, but at dissolution, the Bloc Québécois had 32 seats and now is leading or elected in 13 seats based on the bottom. The polls closing in British Columbia in 2 seconds time. Amanda,
If you're in
this
line,
is,
don't leave the line.
British Columbia's polls are closing. Hopefully this conservative number jumps up.
British Columbia too. It's not as exposed to the U.S.-Canada situation as other parts of the country are, but still, when it comes to softwood lumber and those sectors, that's big in that
In
part.
some ways, of course, BC has been suffering from tariffs. They're used longer, to it. Yeah, that's right. The lumber tariffs, but now we have tariffs on top of tariffs. It's a super sensitive issue, but it does, of course, stand a little bit apart from
DEI Canada, what the fuck? Yep.
how to manage tariffs. You might get more of that national fervor out of BC here. So it will be, I think, Jimmy, you nailed it. The question will be whether you see the weakness in the NDP flowing to the Liberals. Not much hope for the Conservatives there.
Polls are now closed.
Watch, let's say NDP voters decided to vote Liberal. That's how they're going to win. Yeah, I agree.
Poll and you're watching the stream, or if you know a family or a friend or anybody, send them a message. Don't even text, call them and say, do not leave the line. Literally, like, hold the line, like, stay in there. You're still eligible to vote, even though it's closed. If you're in the line, don't leave. Whatever you do.
The deficit of 10 seats at this juncture, again, Omar, that is something that we've got our eyes very closely peeled at, because that difference there is largely based
Oh my gosh.
Quebec at this point.
Yeah, which has been a fascinating story.
BC's numbers are going to start coming out.
That Heather's been telling us about is 172. That is the number that's needed for a majority government. So
We are fucked.
get a sense of who will
It's not over yet, but yeah.
is a majority or a minority. Let's get straight to Heather Butts, who's been
Alberta.
Can you tell us?
Thank you so much. Of course, everything
I want to see what Alberta is going to do if these Liberals win.
votes are counted. That is when we really start to see things unfold. We're going to take a look now at the CTV News Decision Desk projections. As of right now, in this moment in time, projecting the Liberals could get a minimum of 146 or a maximum of 178 seats, potentially, possibly crossing that 172 marker point of a majority government. They also are projecting the Conservatives could get a range of anywhere from 117 to 146 seats. But these numbers are shifting as your votes are counted. Of course,
has to do with historical data, lighting demographics, a lot of research, and of course, the numbers that are coming in this evening as your votes are counted. Projections right now. Also, for the NDP and the Bloc Québécois, we're watching that closely.
Your opinion on today's election results?
Is the number that most parties are, of course, the
I'm hoping Conservatives make a comeback, but it's not looking the best at the moment.
All right, Heather, thank you so much. And let's head over to Anne-Marie right
22 points behind, 22 seats,
British Columbia right now.
23 seats behind.
Tracking them pretty closely. A good BC delegation on your panel tonight.
That's right. We've got more than half of our.
What are you hoping happens, Leo?
In the last election campaign, the Liberals finished third in the popular
That pisses
vote.
me off because I don't like that little chihuahua. I don't like that.
26% of the vote province-wide. We got 15 seats. Conservatives got 13 seats. NDP got 13 seats. So the dynamic in British Columbia, very regional province, and how the splits are going to go. We see in all the rest of the country, the NDP vote has collapsed. In parts of British Columbia, working-class parts of British Columbia, on the island, working-class suburbs south of the Fraser River, the NDP second-choice ballot can be 2-to-1 Conservative over Liberal. But for most of the province, and certainly in Metro Vancouver, the second choice for NDP voters breaks 2-to-1 Liberal over Conservative. So I think you'll see basically two colors of members of Parliament coming out of British Columbia. You'll see reds and blues. I think maybe a couple of the Democrats, Jenny Kwan probably in Vancouver East, Don Davies perhaps in Vancouver Kingsway, Peter Julian if he's lucky, and those will probably be the only three. I don't think Elizabeth May will win on the island, and so it's interesting. All the aggregating polling data that you show out of 43 ridings in British Columbia, they show up to a third of the seats in the province being up for grabs, either two-way fights, three-way fights. Yeah. So as the polls close, a lot of those ridings are going to be very.
You don't know anyone who's running? We're trying to get Pierre Poilievre. Pierre Poilievre. He's similar to Trump in a way.
With President Trump, making sure that we have a strong showing. The ridings to kind of look out for is Victoria.
Carney would be similar to a Biden, I guess.
I think there's a very good opportunity now for Moody. James and I know both of you are from there. Yeah. They have an opportunity there. And also, let's not forget.
Opinion on Donald Trump? Dual citizen. I think he's entertaining. I was young when I was first introduced to him running in 2016, so I kind of grew an attraction. Obviously, he's not, doesn't have the best opinions, but I don't know. He's trying to make America strong again. That's what they need. We are, what is that, 28 points behind? We're almost 30 points behind? Maybe I'm miscounting.
Communities, and you certainly have seen the NDP vote really collapse there. But then on the north part of the island, you're seeing a lot of orange.
Liberals are triple digits.
Working class voters, mill towns, old mining towns, those kinds of places where those working class messages really
29, yeah.
have an impact. But the thing is,
Jesus Christ. Neither country needs to rely on China or India for our future. Yep.
somebody say earlier, BC is like a microcosm of the whole country. I think it was Scott Reed. And I think
I'm a decent conspiracy theorist. Mark Carney is a part of the WEF. He's a partner, World Economic Forum, so I think he's going to use Canada as some type of test ground for whatever future he has created. I don't know what his plans are. I'm kind of nervous, but Canada wanted it, so still time. Your opinion on Donald Trump wanting to make Canada the 51st state? I am a dual citizen. I feel like America is strong, but Canada is so different. I don't know what Canada would become after it's taken over. But the real problem, not the real problem, the next problem, if these people win, Alberta is going to do something. They want to separate from Canada. And that could crush Canada financially. So if the Liberals win, Alberta's going to do something. Maybe the States picks them up. Look at all the happy people. Look at all the happy people. Albert Liber Conservative.
11-seat losses for the Bloc, 5 for the Conservatives. A big part of this story will be Quebec. It will also help inform whether or not this turns into a majority government. We've got Michael Couture live at Liberal headquarters. They don't seem like they know what we just said, Mike, yet, but maybe they're going to find out soon.
Really good reason for that, Vashi, and it's because on the screens behind us, they are not playing our net.
The boomers did this. I think I'm out of touch. Everyone I talk to has the opposite of what is happening right now. The opposite opinion, so. Maybe I need some new friends. I don't know. Maybe I need to have an open mind about some liberal ideas. I don't know. It's a tough night. It's a tough night for a lot of people. Yeah, it's going to be a long 4 years. It's a lot of new Canadians with the power to vote. I don't know if Conservatives will ever win again, but we will see. We will see.
It's the same meal being prepped by a different chef with the entire kitchen staff the same thing. It's like instead of making a Wendy's burger and a Wendy's,
Mark Carney wants the population of Canada to be 100 million by 2100. He wants to compete with the United States, I guess. But he also believes in 10-minute cities. 10-minute cities that are more like surveillance, almost similar to like what China has. You'll be fined and stuff. You'll be charged if you try to leave the city to go on trips, road trips. So I think that's coming in a way, but I think it's going to be his, whatever future this guy wants. But I'm a conspiracy theorist, no girlfriend. I just sit in my room and watch videos, so could be good, could be good. Are you legal to vote here in the United States? You must be 18 or, yeah, I'm a dual citizen, but I've never voted in the States. Never voted in the States. I'd recommend anyone watching right now, watch for what Alberta's going to do. They need to get 600,000 people to vote to separate within 60 days. I think it's 600,000 people to vote to separate out of Canada within 60 days. So we'll see if there's riots. We'll see what's going to happen.
Remarkable comeback, as you just pointed out a couple of minutes ago. I mean, this was a party that was down 20 percentage points and has now risen to the point of forming the next government of Canada. This is a hugely significant day for Mark Carney. He stays on as Prime Minister, and this is a moment really that will be studied extensively, I think, in the context of Canadian political history.
I would recommend buying a house immediately. You're going to be competing with a lot of people.
between Canada.
If Carney wants to pump the population up, I'd recommend buying a house
That was a free trade election. But given the
immediately.
relationship that this country has with the United States, how close that is economically in terms of, you know, the fact that we've got family across the border, we've got connections across
Yeah, 100 million. It's I forget the name of the plan. Centennial plan? Centennial maybe? He wants to increase Canada's population by 60 million. I don't know what that is within 75 years. 3 million a year? 4 million? I don't know.
The Conservatives had a different message around change, which is still proving to be
It's a lot of people. We have no houses. We have a lot of problems that we need to fix.
the economy like it was in 1988 and 1984, but also our sovereignty.
He'll bring Indians. Yeah.
I think that's obviously informed the outcome tonight. Let's swing over to Heather Butts, who's got
But it's not their fault, right? They're just looking for a better place to live. It's just the people controlling immigration levels. You can't blame the people themselves, right? You gotta blame government for something. If they have the option to come, they're gonna take it. No matter who they are, right?
Majority actually is 24% for the Liberals. So that is the probability of a majority. And I believe we're now going to look at the House of Commons projection. So we are projecting the Liberals could get anywhere from 152 to 180 seats. That would be the maximum this evening. And of course, crossing that number, that 172 majority marker that we've been talking about this evening. And looking at the Conservatives, the decision desk is projecting the Conservatives will receive winning anywhere between 119 and 144.
What's up, guys? I don't want to show my face. Let's just keep watching.
Of course, works out these numbers based on historical data, riding information that we receive, research, and of course, your votes, because we have
Subscribe though. I need subscribers, please. I'm a little frustrated, but I need some subscribers, all right?
Your votes are counted and come in through those polling stations. Of course, take a look at the Bloc Québécois and the NDP. The decision desk projecting anywhere from 8
Subscribe, like, do what you gotta do.
for the Bloc Québécois, the NDP, a minimum of anywhere from 12 to 28 seats. And again, taking a look at that majority, the Liberals could get anywhere from 152 to 180.
It's not over. I don't know why they're calling a win right now.
So if they don't cross that
You see it on the
line,
banner?
that magic
CTV
marker, and they
News
don't
declares
get that
Liberal win.
majority, that's when we really start to look towards the Bloc and the NDP to see how things play out in Ottawa. Back to you.
All right, thank you so much, Heather. Heather with a deeper dive there into some of the numbers. The Liberals, CTV News has been able to declare will form government. We keep our eye on those numbers at the bottom of the screen to see whether or not it will be a majority or a minority. We want to get some analysis to this significant moment in the night from our top
Fuck me.
Kathleen Monk and Scott Reed. Corey, I'll start with
I was ready to go for like
we talked earlier, Omar mentioned
a 10 kilometer run and be free.
focusing on Donald Trump enough. Is this
I know all 27,000 people watching or however many are watching.
But I think in many respects, you know, as you reflect on this race, it was largely put in jeopardy before the campaign even began. I think the biggest strategic error that the Conservatives had going into this election was pounding Justin Trudeau and the Liberals with tens of millions of dollars of pre-read advertising to the point where they drove them down to 18-19% in the polls and made it an existential question around the leadership of the Liberal Party. And you know, it's not just Trump; it's the loss of Trudeau. If you think of this election race as if Pierre Poilievre was fighting against Justin Trudeau, you kept everything else the same, we'd be having a Conservative majority tonight, I believe. So I think it was a big strategic error. We just went too hard in the
They haven't even done Southern Ontario.
and we got
That's
rid of the
insane
guy
for
who
them
was
to be
going to
doing
deliver
that.
a
That's
victory for us,
insane
and
for
that
them to
guy
be
was
trying to
Justin
call it this
Trudeau.
early.
That
There's
said,
still like
you know,
2
there
or
was
3
still, I
more
think, an
hours
opportunity to change more of the focus
counting
towards
votes.
Trump
That
going
doesn't
into
make
the
any
campaign,
sense.
and there
was a space when the Liberal leadership was going on. There was a real vacuum there. That's the vacuum that Ford stepped into, but he didn't have to do that alone. I think there was an opportunity for
Yeah, guys, sorry if I'm being super negative. Liberals could be doing a lot of good things. I really don't know. I haven't been paying attention to their platform. I've just been focused on the past 10 years and how hard it's been to save money, buy houses, buy anything. So, but we will see. Could be a good future. Who knows? I could be mistaken, guys.
Kathleen, I think at the same time as we look at what might have went wrong for the Conservatives, it's fair to look at what went right for the Liberals and give them their due and give Mark Carney his due, who a few months ago was a complete political neophyte. Obviously, rumors for years that he never dispelled that he was going to run, but this is quite the turnaround story, led very specifically by him.
For sure, from funeral march to victory, right? Literally a politician for 3 months and prime minister for 9 days, and now it looks like he will form government to be determined whether it's minority or majority, but definitely a win. Preconditioned Canadians to dislike Justin Trudeau through their millions of dollars of ads. They also did the same thing to Jagmeet Singh, running millions of dollars of ads against Mr. Singh as well. And he's paying the price. He's feeling that tonight. In fact, the polling, the national polling, looks like New Democrats aren't even hitting what pollsters predicted of around 8-10%, really more like 4 or 5%. So the question is, for New Democrats, was their strategy of moving early to protect incumbents, to focus on those local campaigns? Will they be able to pull out some of those incumbents? I don't think it's going to be all 24, but will they reach party status, or will they? They certainly have lost beachheads in the past. The beachheads we talked about earlier in Atlantic Canada, but if they start to lose beachheads in Quebec or Ontario or in the prairies, that is not a good sign for the party.
Scott, the story of the NDP, that percentage that Kathleen just referenced, is a huge part of the Liberal story tonight as well.
Absolutely gigantic, and I think as the evening goes on and these seat totals mount, I think we'll see that it's even more significant, that they're really underperforming what were incredibly
Liberals are
low
going to take
expectations
Ajax.
already,
Well, they
particularly
haven't
when you take a look at the province of Ontario. We'll see as more numbers come in from BC, that could be very consequential in trying for the Liberals to meet this majority line. I just want to add one thing. I really want to underline this point about an astonishing, historical, unbelievable, oh my God, you wouldn't believe it if this was a movie kind of event this year for the Liberal Party of Canada. Like, they were dead and buried, covered in topsoil and leaves.
Yeah, they were. They still are. Nothing's changed.
For months.
Yeah.
For 2 years, in fact.
A couple weeks after Justin Trudeau stepped down, announced that he would step down in January, a friend called me and said, I can't believe this story about Mark Carney. He's not really going to run, is he? Why would he leave the life that he has in order to take on
905? Look at that.
Why on earth would he do it? And I said, well, because he thinks he can win. And
905, isn't that like Ontario?
Here we are.
Like America?
And he has pulled this off. It is astonishing for someone who never ran for elected office, who never held elected
Fuck.
walked in and has
The next election, Alberta is separating. This election, Alberta is separating, bud. I would check the news right now. Check out what Alberta's probably doing right now.
And what drove that? Because I think Trump is part of that story. I think it was probably a much bigger part of the story with the Bloc Québécois. But I think there's a question.
Yeah, it's been nice.
The type of campaign
If anyone's in Alberta, just be safe, whatever happens. Just be safe. Remember, you're Canadian. You're still polite. But whatever you guys got to do. Whatever you guys got to do. Alberta, Saskatchewan.
I think what's going to balance things out, I think they're
just very quickly. I mean,
they're prematurely announcing this because Southern Ontario
what is Pierre Poilievre thinking tonight?
It's going to be flipping to Conservative. Like, it's very likely. That's a lot of seats. That's a lot of seats, folks. So you're going to see the Liberals slowly start to creep up to that 172 line. right?
so
That
few
huge
conservative
dangerous
governments
line.
at the federal level.
But I
There's
think
really like five different
you're going to
conservative
start to
parties
see
across the country.
the
And what constitutes,
conservatives
conservatives in the
skyrocket
prairies, which is where I'm from,
massive amounts,
looks a lot
huge
different
numbers,
in Ontario,
huge
or
numbers.
in BC, or in Quebec, or in the Maritimes. And you have to try to find a through line through these disparate types of conservatives that often have some pretty big internal contradictions within them. So it's a real challenge, you know, and I think tonight's result speaks to that challenge, and you should try to find a through line through those different things. It's going to be the challenge for the party.
As someone who's a firm believer
I should say, at the
it's
bottom
over
and the
line,
right of our screen,
I refuse to believe that right now
try
until
and
the
determine
votes are
whether or
fairly
not this
counted.
will be a liberal minority or a liberal
Adam
majority.
Van
Very
F you with
competitive things
DMs.
going on in the
He was
905,
incumbent
which is a
neck to
very
neck with
key
the
electoral
Conservatives.
region
He might
of
lose his seat.
Ontario, just outside Toronto. It looks at this point, early indications that the Conservatives are picking up a significant number of seats at the Liberals' expense in there. So that's something that could very much inform whether this is minority or majority. And I think we can check in actually in Liberal territory at Liberal headquarters with our senior political correspondent, Mike Lecouture, who is there live for us. Mike, take us inside the room if you could.
That's our guy, folks.
A very familiar face to people.
That was our guy.
Here with me, David Lametti, former Justice Minister, also a good friend of Mark Carney. He has been advising informally. Mr. Carney, thank you very much for joining us, Mr. Lametti. I mean, first off, these results, what do you think of them? And what would you have told me if I said that this is what it was going to be just a couple of months ago?
Look, it's still early tonight. I'm watching, obviously, carefully what the bloc vote is in Quebec. I'm watching what the NDP does. We're evolving into a two-horse race, and none of us are used to that, so none of us are being able to predict. That being said, I'll say it to you, I said it to Mark Carney a number of times since January, both in the leadership and throughout. I said, Mark, if you had asked me if I would take these numbers 6 months ago, I would take them, and I would tell you that I would take them. Look, we were dead and buried in December, beginning of December. Now we're going to form government. Now, whether it's a majority or minority, I'm hoping it's majority. We've turned this right around, and thanks to Mark. It's Mark's leadership, Mark's personality, Mark's intelligence that got us through this. He showed Canadians a real change and a backbone that can stand up against Mr. Trump.
So when you think about where you were and the exchanges that you had with him today, what's going through his mind right now?
Mark's singularly focused on winning this. We'll get to next steps next, but he is singularly focused on getting us across the finish line. Yes, government's a good thing, but next is trying to get a majority government, so we have a strong government to face Mr. Trump.
When you see what you're seeing with the numbers, how realistic is majority?
Again, it's early. Again, I'm looking at the bloc numbers and the NDP numbers in a two-horse race. If we can maintain those races and win Liberal seats, I think we're going to be all right.
You had told me a story off air about introducing Mark Carney essentially to the Liberal Party, bringing him to a Christmas party after you got shuffled out of cabinet. So are you to thank for all of this?
No, I'm not to thank. Mark Carney's to thank because of his experience and his leadership capacity, his intellect. But he's an old friend, and I thought I would invite him to the party. And there were a lot of Carney curious people there at the time.
What is it about him in your mind that has that singular
Fuck.
that has brought him to this point right now?
Supremely intelligent and masters the dossiers. I've already seen him in briefings where he can turn the briefing around and say, yeah, I get that, but we're going to do this, and this. And he clearly grasps what's happening immediately in the briefing, and he turns it around to give a direction and a plan. I think this is something unique.
It's being live counted. It's being live counted, so it can swap back and forth. There's a lot of early voters that went. 7 million early voters. So I don't know if they count them first or last. But those... It's constantly changing. Everything's by hand. Canada's old school. We're like the baby brother of the States. Everything's counted by hand. No machines. Lots of paper cuts.
If Mark asks me to, I'm happy where I am right now at Fasken, believe me. But I am
history. This is an important moment for the country with an existential threat from the United States.
Yeah, subscribe, guys, please. Very, very sad, but it's a new beginning. I might become a liberal streamer. I'll become a liberal streamer.
All right, Vashi, you can't say I didn't try with David Lametti here, but you know, he's a cabinet minister. He knows how to answer a question. Send it back to you.
He's a dogged reporter, that Michael Couture.
Yeah. Honestly, like, it's a good picture into the behind the scenes of what's responsible for this. Obviously, it's Mark Carney, but the people behind him, David Lametti and Jerry Butts in particular, were three of the kind of key figures, people who are, very much associated with the former prime minister in executing this win for Mark Carney. So interesting comments there from David Lametti. I have a guess that he will be part of the office, the prime minister's office, but that's just
all right. You heard it here first. I'd be interested to see what happens, by the way, in David Lametti's former riding of La Salle Verdun. Of course, this was a riding that the Liberals held, that the Bloc stole, took away. We'll try to track that to see where the numbers are shaping up. But let's get to the Bloc Québécois, which province-wide isn't doing that great. You know that the leader of Bloc Québécois, François Blanchet, CBU's declaring him as the winner in that riding. He is, of course, the incumbent.
They're at 150.
So the story there is that he retains his seat in Chambly. But again, province-wide, suffering quite a hit in that province. I want to just get to Bloc Québécois headquarters now, and Jeremy Charon. Jeremy, what's the sentiment like where you are right now in that headquarters? A lot of cheers.
As you can hear behind me, loud cheers here. They've been cycling through on the screen the elected MPs, including leader Yves-François Blanchet just moments ago, who received, of course, loud cheers. He has yet to arrive here at Bloc headquarters. To your point, there's a lot of positive energy here right now. They cheer as they continue to see their MPs elected up on the screen. But that number right now, 23 for the Bloc that you see on your screen, it's not a terrible number. The party had been talking about, whether they would drop under 20, and that would be a significant loss, and there would be a different mood here. There had been talk about landing somewhere in that 20 to 30 range, right in the middle. Yves-François Blanchet earlier in the campaign said that he felt his party could be efficient with 25 MPs. He'd like more, he said, but they could be efficient there. So I'm interested to continue to watch tonight where they land and where that number lands ultimately. Of course, in dissolution, they had 33 seats, so they're facing still a significant loss. But where that number lands will be important as we continue to talk about on whether or not this is a Liberal minority or majority at this point. Quebec could play a huge role in that, Vashi and Omar.
All right, Jeremy, thank you so much. And as Jeremy was speaking, I'm just looking at our tracker here, and I can tell you that Bill Blair has recaptured his seat of Scarborough Southwest in that riding.
Here we have to almost win.
Minister of National Defense, and of course former Toronto Police Chief, well known to the community out in Scarborough. We are looking closely though at the 905 because we did have some early indications that the Conservatives could be picking up there. Why is that important? The 905 very electorally significant, and of course we've got our eye on the numbers at the bottom of the screen and whether the Liberals are able to hit that magic 172 to form a majority. We are still not anywhere close to figuring that out.
No, we are. That may take a while yet, but Maxime Bernier losing, defeated, we're declaring in the riding of Beauce, and in fourth place of four candidates.
More votes than everybody else put together,
losing in that riding
almost times two.
In Quebec. Let's get to Sandy Ronaldo, who's been really gauging the sentiment of the people. Sandy, over to you.
Oh, Omar, let me tell you, my guests have been itching to have an opportunity to say what's on their mind, but the word that keeps coming up again and again is polarization. So talk to me, John.
Well, I mean, our shows and shows across the country tomorrow are going to be where people start to vent, I think, and maybe where Liberals want to brag. I mean, the problem with the two political parties and their followers and voters, those who are entrenched, is both of the parties think the other one is an existential threat when in government. So Conservatives are going to be very angry, and also angry about the fact that, I mean, they had the Liberals on the ropes, and they've already put up with 10 years of the Liberals, so it's going to drive them crazy. And one last aspect in all of this is, as you know, Bill, probably from your texts and calls on my show, a cohort of Liberals.
Right. So I'm going to make this PSA. Clearly, there's a massive shift in morale and enthusiasm. both CTV and CBC have declared this officially a Liberal win. That being said, there's still about 40 seats left to vote. They've done 305 out of 343. So just under 40 seats left. We're not done yet. Does this mean that Pierre could win? Anything is possible. Anything is possible. But I'm not going to lie to you. Does this mean that Mark Carney could win? Yes. Yes, it does. Is it going to be a majority or a minority government for Mark Carney? We're not going to know until the rest of the votes are counted.
Just kidding. Don't be sad. Don't be sad.
You can announce things ahead of time.
Don't be sad.
What is under the hood before you actually go and take a look.
Don't be sad. We're still here, guys. We're still here. We just have to win every seat that's left. Every goddamn seat that's left.
Similar feelings. Speechless, anger, frustration, all of these emotions. And I said at the beginning of the stream so many times, there's going to be
Every Liberal city has to swap on over.
Be experiencing it on either sides of the political spectrum tonight. It's okay to feel that way. If you're feeling defeated, if you're feeling angry, if you're feeling optimistic, that's valid. That's valid. The fate of our country is right now, tonight, on this live stream. It's happening right now. The future of our country is tonight on this live stream. So we're all in the same boat. We're all experiencing a wide range of emotions. That being said, the night is not over yet. That's not me giving false hope. That's just me being objective that the night is not over yet.
There's going to be a lot of bitterness amongst conservatives, though, and I think Bill's absolutely right. I mean, Corey
That being said, I'm going through a dart.
has been Cassandra for this entire campaign.
Because that's my emotion.
But conservatives are also going to say, I think, what do we have to do to win power?
I can still hear it.
We had it in the bag.
You guys can see it.
What happened?
Well, without the NDP
Smoke 'em
around,
if
we
you
have
got
to
'em.
move to the center. I think that's the only way we can do that. I mean, I think
The Liberals are so far left, they're not moving to the center. What the hell's the matter with you? That's not going to the center. Let's go further left, you wacko. Okay, now I'm going for smoke.
He was on my show
Fuck me.
days ago, and he expressed it now. We saw it in his tweet today, but that needed to happen weeks earlier, and I think there's going to be a lot of questions raised about that.
Radio talk show hosts can keep talking, so I'm going to have to wrap you up.
One more thing.
Oh, no, Bashing, take it over. Go.
And certainly, we could listen to them for a lot longer. I think everything that you just heard was totally accurate. But we have another call to make. In this case, we are declaring Mark Carney elected in his Ottawa area riding of Nepean. Not a difficult battle for Mark Carney. They're not unexpected in any way. Mark Carney will remain Prime Minister and form government. You can see there we have declared him the winner in his riding as well. He has never Omar Assad as a member of Parliament. In fact, this will be when Parliament is set to resume later this month, or in May rather. This will be his first time in Parliament.
No stranger to big issues.
Here we go.
In that riding, of course,
4 more years, brother.
Aliyev riding of Carlson. Let's get to CTV Genevieve Beauchemin at Liberal headquarters, and it's always less awkward, Genevieve, when a Prime Minister has won his own seat.
Absolutely, and it will be not a surprise here, but a bit of a relief. It's almost like we're clearing hurdles for people in this room now. There was this big sigh of relief and enthusiasm when it was called that it was going to be at least a Liberal government. We still don't know minority majority, so they're waiting for that. And now to hear that Carney has been elected is that next hurdle. And of course, this is a big. People are talking to me today about door knocking, trying to get the vote out. Every single vote out, door knocking for Mark Carney, and they said they really saw a big change, of course, when after Trudeau stepped down in January. They said that they started talking to people and they saw a major shift, and so they felt that this was what was going to happen tonight. But they're still watching really nervously, and there's a lot of talk about the situation of Quebec here as well, because of course we're in Ontario here, but they're watching how much Quebec is handing of seats to the Liberal Party. So certainly this is something they're watching very closely, and as I say, a lot of enthusiasm. The eyes here all still on the screen, still a lot of anticipation and nervous energy in the room now.
All right, so we'll check in with you a little bit later. And of course, another Liberal leadership contender, Chrystia Freeland there, has has won her seat of University of Rosedale. That's what CTV News Decision Desk is projecting, and has a lead of about 1,000 votes with 10 of the 205 polls reporting. It'll be interesting. You know, we were talking about the fact that Mark Carney is a political neophyte. It'll be interesting to see in the days and months to come how he evolves into that role of a politician, because it is a cutthroat game.
Well, and who he surrounds himself with. So, for example, Chrystia Freeland, who in that cabinet he made just before the writ drop, moved from being deputy prime minister after all that chaos and drama with Justin Trudeau to the portfolio of transport. Like, what kind of desire there is to project, you know, more change, and how he reassembles cabinet will certainly be something to keep our eye on. CTV declaring Leslyn Lewis, one of the former contenders for the Conservative leadership in Haldimand, Norfolk. I think we just saw Chrystia Freeland. I think I'm also hearing Leslie Church might have flipped Toronto St. Paul's back to the Liberals. Leslie Church was chief of staff to Chrystia Freeland for a period of time. That by-election for Toronto St. Paul's really like the pinnacle of the Liberal dissent in public opinion polling, and there it is. There we've declared Leslie Church a win in Toronto St. Paul's, taking it from Mr. Stewart.
Stay positive, folks. Stay positive.
A game for the Liberals there in Toronto St. Paul's. Let's go to Maya Johnson, who's standing by in Montreal. Maya.
Stay positive. You don't know what the future's gonna be.
It is very loud here at Liberal.
Oh. It froze. Yeah, I'm alright. I'm alright.
Downtown Montreal. We are here with Mark Miller, the candidate for Ville-Marie, le Sud-Ouest des Arts. Thank you for your time and congratulations, because now we have the results. 2 months ago, this seemed completely improbable. The Liberals winning this election.
It didn't look good. I had hope. I'd say probably we deserve to be where we were a couple months ago. A lot of infighting. I think things changed for a number of reasons. I think Prime Minister Trudeau took the right decision for the country to step back. There's the Trump threat that we all got together and focused on Canadian sovereignty, on tariffs and the existential threat to Canada and to the economy. 1 million jobs potentially at risk. I think that focus.
This is the immigrant.
The coming of Mark Carney, I think, is very important. A guy that has
The guy ahead of immigration.
leadership credibility, resume, and the work that he's done before he became a politician. I think that was very important. A leadership race that reinvigorated the team and got people motivated for this election. So I think a number of things, including how we ran this election, which was a positive message around affordability, around fighting Trump, and about the leadership that Mark Carney provides for Canadians. I think Canadians bought into that, as well as rejecting some of the negativity that we heard from the Conservatives.
You said that Justin Trudeau made the right decision in deciding to step aside to allow the party to renew itself. Obviously, Mark Carney does not have any political experience. He has not held a seat in the House of Commons before. Do you think that will be a challenge for him as we navigate a very complicated time?
Well, look, he has an exceptional resume. It's unparalleled in Canada, but he's a political rookie, and so perhaps he's a guy that learns really quickly on the job, and we've seen that throughout the election. But again, we put a rookie in with 3 games to go in the regular season, and we're about to win it all. So I think that speaks to his ability to learn. But being in caucus, being in government is a different thing. I have all the confidence in his leadership skills to be able to do that. Again, he is new, and Canadians will judge for themselves. But tonight really is one that I think we should just focus on Canadians' choice, and Canadians are never wrong.
We'll let you live this moment live with us as it happens. You can see there's a lot of excitement in this room tonight. This is an outcome that I think goes beyond what Liberal supporters were expecting. So I'm going to throw it back to you at the desk so you can take it away.
All right, Maya, thank you so much. And right now, we're just waiting to see basically if that Liberal government is a majority government or a minority government. But certainly, remarkable comeback for the Liberals, so whatever political stripe you wear. I want to throw it over to Anne-Marie right now with her panel. Anne-Marie.
Okay, James Moore, you published an article very recently that said, always look on the brighter side of life, Monty Python. How are you looking right now?
Look, I'm a lifelong conservative, a proud conservative, but I'm a Canadian first. And congratulations to Prime Minister Carney. He is my Prime Minister, and I congratulate him on a remarkable turnaround of the Liberal Party. to land him his victory tonight. The burden that falls on him now as the Prime Minister of this country, we should never forget the final speeches that Brian Mulroney gave before he left us last year, which is to remind us that the first obligation of any Prime Minister, before anything else, before you pave an inch of highway, before you pass a law, before you do anything, the first obligation of the Prime Minister of this country is national unity. And there are some real cleavages and gaps in this country. A lot of people feel left behind. Ron has spoken about how a lot of people in the Alberta and the energy sector have felt left out and beaten up and disrespected for a really long time. And there are a lot of things that Prime Minister Carney can do in order to heal those gaps and heal those divides and make this country a more united and better place. He's talked about them. He's said some good things. He's seen some examples in the past. But like when Conservatives talk about Bill C-69, I know it sounds sort of legislative minutia,
right.
but there's some really good, thoughtful ideas, good policy proposals that should absolutely be at home in any government in this country, whether it's blue or red, that would heal a lot of divides, that would make Albertans, make Westerners feel like they're part of this country. And there are a lot of things that Prime Minister Carney can do, and I hope that he's open to those ideas, and hopefully he is open to doing what any Prime Minister who's worthy of the office will do, which is to reach out and to build a stronger, more united country and to fill those divides.
We were just listening to Mark Miller, who said, they focused on sovereignty, but you could argue both of these leaders and both of these parties focused on sovereignty. Canada Strong, Canada First. Ron, I want to ask you this. If I'm from Alberta and I look at the screen and see Liberal win, what's my reaction tonight?
Well, I think James articulated it very well. There's going to be a lot of healing to do. I think the one thing
A lot of healing?
is going to be difficult is a big part
Alberta's leaving Canada.
and we know that Quebec is at odds with the energy sector. And so how will Mark Carney balance that out? He owes a lot.
Alberta is gone. United States is going to take all that oil
Still difficult to convince Quebecers to build
and then bankrupt the rest of Canada.
put it. How are we going to do this? And so who does he owe something to after tonight?
But that doesn't sound that bad, actually. Go Trump, go. Go Trump, go.
It's not just rural and urban. It's not just young and old. It's got some things to heal. And I think when we look at
I'm officially gone crazy.
even if you look at Doug Ford's results in 2025, if Pierre comes in at over 39%,
Good Lord.
close to 39%, which Harper won a majority with that, he could actually end up with more votes from Ontarians that Doug Ford did. But we're still losing in Ontario, which is where we needed to win because of a massive collapse of the NDP. Who would have ever thought the NDP would be at 4%? So that's also a big story tonight to me, to see the NDP, to see a leader that really just drove this party into a ditch. And so I'm sure you put that on a leader. I put it on any leader. I mean, there was an
Alberta becomes its own country within 60 days.
leader to create a differentiation.
60 days.
The Liberal leader, who someone mentioned, is a banker and the type of people that normally vote Socialist and NDP. So it's surprising to me that a 4% result for the NDP is shocking. So obviously we'll see a new NDP leader, and that obviously would make a difference in the future, but not tonight.
Sure, you're talking about leader, but you're focusing on the NDP leader. Let's talk about Pierre Poilievre as a leader. What was it about his leadership run in this campaign?
Goon Sesh. Giga Chad.
Remember, he actually grew the base of the Conservative Party.
Subscribe to my channel. Alberta, since Saskatchewan.
The progressive vote has completely gone to the Liberals, and the NDP completely.
But it's going to be a mess.
I do think that Jagmeet Singh has to take some responsibility for that. He had an opportunity
It's going to be a mess.
to differentiate himself from the Liberals, and he wasn't able to.
It's going to be fun, though. It's going to be fun. Canada's first civil war? Civil war? But the Liberals took away all of our guns, so I really don't know what they're going to do. Hunting rifles? Shut down all the roads with hunting rifles? I really don't know. Stop paying taxes? Shut down the oil pipelines? Bankrupt Canada? I'm really not sure. The divide's not going to be as significant? Sorry.
James mentioned to me about reminding me that Mark Carney's from Edmonton. I think also British Columbia.
Let's think of him as an Albertan.
here's an opportunity for him to prove it, right? He started his leadership run in Edmonton, right? So this is the time. Yes, there's work to be done. It means there's a lot of work to be done. BC also has an opportunity now to potentially take the Liberals to majority territory as well, which I think can also happen.
That is exactly what's going to happen tonight.
So
I got excited, Chrissy, talking about that. You know
so I think this is what's gonna. I think with all the concern, Canadians have sent a very clear message. We're united. We want all of you united on focusing together. I think that's what needs to happen right now.
That's insane.
I think the other message from Canadians that's really important is that we care about the economy. People are really concerned about their economic health.
But that used to mean the Conservatives.
Well, you know, and then Mark Carney came along. And Mark Carney, he's got a lot of experience, and we know all about that. But he has been talking.
All right, everybody. All right, here's the deal. I'm on the phone right now with the pleb, who is just a person
The pleb.
at the Conservative headquarters. I was outside having a cigarette, and we've been talking for a few minutes now. And here's what he has to say to all the viewers on the stream. Go ahead, buddy.
Hello, Canada. I know you're sad right now. I'm sad. Everyone's sad. We can't believe what we saw, but I just want to let you know that the fight is not over. The fight will never be over. We're going to save our country, whether it's today or in 4 years from now. But I just want to say, I gave you guys everything I could. I gave you every ounce of me. And I'm sorry that I could not help you guys deliver the win tonight. I feel crushed as you guys are. And I love Canada. I love Canadians. I feel bad that you guys, many people in Canada can't just get up and leave. You know, they can't afford it. And I feel bad for those people who can't escape this country, who want to escape this country. And I'm going to keep fighting for you guys. I'm going to keep making content. I'm going to keep trying to inspire people. But I know everyone's sad tonight. I'm sad, but the fight is not over. It's not over. Sunshine knows it. I know it. We're not done. Carney is not going to last longer than one term. There's no chance. So, I don't know. What do you think, Sunshine?
The fight's not over. It's just getting started. How about that? This has nothing to do with Pierre. Pierre is an excellent leader. He's done a phenomenal job. This is not Pierre's fault.
It's okay, boys. It's okay.
Outside having a smoke, that this was just lightning in a bottle for Carney. With everything that happened.
Don't worry. The climate will be.
And it was just a struck a low.
The climate will be fixed. Don't worry.
That's what happened. That's the luck the Liberals had to win this election. It makes me sick. It really makes me sick that they got this lucky. The Canadians were so easily distracted by these tariffs to not be able to see the destruction that's happened to our country in the last 10 years. Homelessness everywhere, drugs, people are broke, people can't afford houses, groceries, and somehow that is a bigger issue than that's not a bigger issue than the tariffs. It's sad, it's enraging, it's like, it's more sad than anything that I share a country with people this ridiculous, but we're gonna keep fighting, Sunshine. We can't stop fighting, man. We can't stop fighting. This is not over.
The fight begins now. How about that? We're just getting started.
And everyone who's going to come out on the media in the next week who's going to blame Pierre for blowing the lead, it has nothing to do with Pierre. And he's the one I'm the most sad for tonight because he did nothing wrong. He ran an excellent campaign. He was an excellent leader. And the fact that he got so unlucky like this over Trump tariffs, it breaks my heart for him, man. It really breaks my heart. And all these people who think they're going to replace Pierre, like Doug Ford, get ready, Doug Ford. You don't know what's coming to you. You saw we shit on Trudeau. Wait till Doug Ford tries to run for leadership. We'll see what happens.
The fat pig with rabies.
I mean, I spoke with all the YouTubers. Nobody likes Doug Ford. They're all in agreement the fact that he fucked us over tonight. He didn't endorse Pierre. And not only did he not endorse Pierre, he also went out of his way to derail his campaign. You know, the fact is that Doug Ford put his political aspirations ahead of the Canadian people. He's willing to make the Canadian people suffer for 4 more years because he wants to be the Conservative leader. Well, let me tell you, there is no chance Doug Ford's going to be the Conservative leader because he does not have the support of the YouTube community.
Save us, Trump. Save us, Trump. Can I get arrested for that? Can I get arrested for that? No one report me. No one report me. 10 cities, economy, crime, drugs, housing. Absolutely. That's all going to be... It's just going to continue. Fuck. Fuck me. That's all right. It's all right. USA, yeah.
It ain't over. It ain't over. The fight is just beginning. This country is fractured. We all
This
do
way.
that. Let's keep looking at what's going on, shall we?
It's reversed in the camera. I'm sorry. This is the wrong way.
We want every Canadian to vote for a Liberal and to have that strong mandate. You heard earlier from David Lametti, one of his good friends, that he would not be satisfied until he finished the job. And in his mind,
Fuck, boys. Fuck. GG, yeah. GG. It could be Liberal and NDP or Liberal and Quebec. Alberta would hate this one. Canada hates that one. I don't know. I really don't know. It's either Alberta riots or Alberta leaves Canada. I actually don't know. Both are terrible. But the Green got 1 point. That's all that matters. Green got 1 point. Who the fuck voted Green Party?
Thank you so much. And I just want to pick up on what Bill Carroll said earlier, that the only way the Conservatives could accept this decision is if it were to be a minority government. This may be... Well, they're not. They don't want any of this to happen. If it's going to be a minority government, it is easier to swallow. I want to head over to...
This can't get above 172. 172. If it's minority, it's going to be way harder to get things done. If it gets above 172, they can do whatever they want. But if it's under 172, they can pick up votes from somebody else and they can create a coalition together. So this has to stay under 172, and there's still a chance that we could fight every decision the Liberals make. We can come out on top. 172, yeah, that's it. They'll have a majority too. I really don't know what's left. Why they haven't... I guess there's only... What's that? 4 plus 3? 7 left? I don't think they can get a... I don't think they can get it. They are 20 away. No. 22 away? I'm stupid. I don't know. We have a comeback. I don't think so, brother. I'm sorry. It's close, but it's not.
watching those results. Perhaps maybe a
Know what I'm
moment to
saying?
reflect on some
Look
of
at that.
the things I've witnessed covering the Conservative campaign for the majority of this campaign out on the road.
You get a couple thousand subs. Hey, if you're watching and you're not subscribed, just hit that freaking subscribe button.
Now is platform release day. So in the last week of the campaign, the platform release had a whole bunch of issues with it coming out just last minute. Not a lot of time there, but I really stands out standing in that room at that press conference with at platform release day, and there was a moment when the whole energy in the room shifted, and Poilievre in his comments about the platform release sort of paused and said, "I owe this country everything." And in that moment, I felt the energy in the room completely shift, and it was as if he was.
Look at Mr. Sunshine Baby. Yeah, I've never seen this guy not talking and smiling. I've never seen him not smile. It's strange.
I saw that again at another point in a rally, and that to me was a real sense of the campaign shifting in that final week and seeing that. And I think I've mentioned this before, but last night at his rally in his own riding, when he said for the first time, no matter what happens tomorrow, I'll be there to fight for you. And obviously the question was left hanging there as to whether he was acknowledging the possibility that Conservatives may not form government. So still waiting to hear official word from the campaign about a reaction to this and to what's happening, but a much different mood in the room here now.
All right, thank you so much, Abigail. That's Abigail Beeman at Conservative headquarters in Ottawa. I want to bring in our chief financial correspondent, Amanda Lang. A couple of different things certainly stand out here. First of all, I know we talk about the economy more broadly, but for a lot of people, it's about cost of living. And we're seeing some movement in the 905 in the areas around Toronto, which is a very unaffordable place to live, that there is additional support for the Conservatives coming through. At the same time, we see the Liberals being held to a minority. What does that tell you about Mark Carney's ability to deal with Trump?
I think, strategists will have a better view of this, but that whole, the price that incumbents pay
Yep.
really does play out when it comes down to people's,
I agree, Leo. I agree.
There's a long-term structural problem in this country. Poor Sean Fraser may be paying for some of past sins there. What's to me very interesting that we need to be paying attention to right now is, when we got those two platforms kind of late from the Liberals and the Conservatives, we didn't really get a full federal platform from the Bloc Québécois because they don't need to. We don't need to know what they think about these things. Well, suddenly it might matter a great deal what the Bloc Québécois thinks because it may hold the balance.
He got reelected. That fuck.
Take our deficit up to 60+ billion in the first fiscal year. That's a big number.
This guy let in. This guy let in 1 million immigrants and didn't keep records on any of them. And we didn't notice until we did a census of the entire population. There's 1 million people missing. Well, 1 million people found that were like undocumented, not police checked.
We know that Sean Fraser will be winning there, has recaptured his seat.
Yeah.
Guilbeault winning his seat in Laurier-Sainte-Marie.
No records.
In a minority situation, you haven't got the time, right? And we're dealing in a situation at a time when people want results. They want them fair.
1 million, 7 digits.
What kind of pressures? What's the most important file?
And he's back. He's back in office.
Because in terms of housing strategy, things like that also take time to take root.
So interesting is it's connected. We had this great movement inside this country to work together. So the provinces came together with federal representation to say, how do we get rid of internal trade barriers? How do we move forward on energy?
What do I do, guys? Do I go for a walk? Do I go to bed?
Those are the kinds of things that might actually get stymied by a minority parliament.
What do I do? Become a liberal? Do I join them?
Cohesiveness and with us, will we get that kind of Canada team notion or not? And that would be the big question, whether the other parties are more interested in triggering an election or looking to our own backyard. Because we've seen the math. If we can solve some of our internal issues, we can offset the cost
cost of tariffs. It's easier said than done, right? Internal trade is a big deal.
And July 1st is a major day, right? That's when Mark Carney has said that a lot of these roadblocks that we've seen will be removed and we'll have more trade between the provinces.
Okay.
But the race is on.
I think also though so significantly is, and you touched on this, but if in fact that is the economic agenda that they're proposing to pursue, you're talking about building.
Subscribe, gentlemen.
I mean, they run through Quebec, and Yves-François Blanchet, if his relative power has just increased despite a decrease in seats, has been unequivocal about being the only leader of all four.
I don't think liberals want to reduce any taxes. Polyev wanted to cut income tax. So you'll see nothing different on your paycheck. The carbon tax is going to come back immediately. Your gas is going to go up again. I don't see anything changing. I don't know his plans. I really don't know his plans. I'm gonna have to look into it.
It'd be so interesting to see, in theory, you could see, of course, the Liberals and the Conservatives working together on some of these issues. We just never have seen
Willing to behold, but you never know if you're up against a crisis.
You never know.
If there is a time, this would be it, Omar.
But having just had an election, I don't think the appetite for going to the polls again is very high. Canadians probably want to see the parties work together and, effect change because we are at a critical.
This is not good. This is Canada split in half.
With some more data and some more context.
This is a lot of angry people.
Looking at perhaps what parties, Nick, might actually end up helping the Liberals in government. But we'll take a look at our House projections. And this is, again, how we got to where we are right now in the evening. The CTV decision desk projecting that the Liberals could see a range of seats anywhere from 154 to 167, so not reaching that magic marker of 172. The Conservatives could get anywhere from 138 to 152. But, Nick, we're really looking at the Bloc and the NDP. The NDP only getting anywhere from 9 to 15. This could really play out interesting tonight.
Yeah, a significant setback for the NDP. And the big question is, will the Bloc hold the balance of power in the next parliament? And what does that mean for the Federation and for Mark Carney and his government?
Certainly an interesting story of playing out here.
Fuck those Quebec.
Really close races.
We could have won if Quebec joined us, but they joined the Liberals.
Of course, who will be heading to Ottawa. So we're going to zero in
That's my hometown right there. Look how red it is.
at the 905 area. For those of you not in Ontario, that's that area around
Fuck me.
Toronto on the outskirts. And we're looking in at Brampton right now. Nick, some pretty tight ridings here. First, taking a look at Brampton to Kesey Park.
Yeah, this is all going to come down to
Brampton?
basically street by street, block by block. It's going to be interesting to see whether the Conservatives can take it over or whether the Liberals hold.
Just an 81 vote difference there in that riding. Brampton East, Liberals in the lead, but just 221 vote split there.
And I think this speaks to the ground game, and the Conservatives are probably hoping they can pick up a couple of these Brampton seats.
Yeah, that's all they care about. Yeah.
For the Liberals. So just think, if the Brampton's basically in play, a handful of polls could make the difference.
Absolutely. Okay, let's move over to Aurora Oak Ridges. This is just north of Toronto. And the Conservatives in the lead by 982. But the incumbent, the Liberals, in second place.
Yeah, this is good news for the Conservatives because it potentially could be a pickup. But, check out the NDP numbers, basically nowhere, and the Liberals trailing.
Okay, and let's head over to Markham, Unionville. We'll see what it's looking like there. The Conservatives in the lead by 510, Nick.
Yeah, this is traditionally has been Conservative in the past. So this is
Michael
good news
Barrett
for
back
on
in.
this front. But all of these races are fragile right now.
Okay, let's take a look at another one. Richmond Hill South, still in that Toronto area. Vincent Ho in the lead right now, but another Liberal incumbent trailing, Nick.
Yeah, a bit of a comfy lead for Ho on this front, even with 115 polls reporting. So it'll be interesting to see, with the advanced polls, how that actually plays itself out.
Okay, a couple of close.
Yeah, treetop, but in the grand scheme of things,
Greater Toronto area. For now, we'll send it back to the National Newsroom.
I don't know.
Thank you so much. You see again the floor
That's all that matters, bud.
that the CTV
But I agree.
desk is projecting is 167. So
I guess I don't know my neighbors very well.
the 172 majority, and we have in fact called for a Liberal
I'd like to get my potholes fixed outside of my house, but it looks like that will be delayed another 4 years. Money will go elsewhere.
Challenges with affordability, and people in and around suburbs, particularly in Ontario, are dissatisfied with the record of the Liberals over the last 10 years and making their voice heard. I think I saw at one point Francesca Sorbera, who has been around for a while as a Liberal, again in the GTA area. It could have cost him his seat. We'll stay tuned to see if there are final results in that respect, but that is certainly something to watch. I think the other thing to watch is, we're assuming the Liberals...
Flanker, if that's the future. I don't know.
But if you look at the numbers, and they're not conclusive at this point... But
Check out the WEF. I'll type it in chat. Mark Carney is a partner in the WEF. And they have a agenda. And I think we're going to see the first stage of it, whatever it is. Almost immediately. It's probably going to be bad for conservative areas. He's probably going to flood a lot of areas. Increase populations. But we'll see. He'll probably make liberal cities a little bit better, conservatives cities a little worse. I really don't know.
We're getting those results, and the conservative Bryson Jenkins had what seemed to be a pretty respectable lead.
Stage 1 will be very quickly. Yeah, I think we're already in stage 1. I don't know what stage 2 is. I think it's going to be more surveillance. I think it's going to be similar to the UK, like censorship. A lot of censorship, a lot of cameras, a lot of everything, but
Look at that, it's a lead of just 23 with only 4 polls left to count. So Munchkin is extremely close. That lead had certainly narrowed over the last hour or so. And I'll mention one other, some short in Nova Scotia. Rick Perkins, the incumbent MP, conservative, is now trailing the Liberal contestant by 5,000 votes. So again, you wonder if those advanced poll votes have been counted and whether that created a bit of a surge for the Liberals in a couple of Nova Scotia ridings anyway. Let's go to Montreal
Lady
now.
Smith might flip to conservative. From NDP
Well, the story in Quebec tonight is what's happening to the Bloc Québécois. At this point, the Bloc is trailing in a lot of ridings where they should be leading. If we look at the possible seat changes, the Bloc at this point stands to lose about 9 or 10 ridings. That number keeps changing over time. We see that it's 9 right now, but it's being 10 sometimes. The Bloc has really struggled to define itself this campaign. Quebecers say they're torn. They really like the Bloc.
holy fuck, it's so close. What the fuck?
But the people say they're worried about global
So right now,
they're worried about
conservatives and the Bloc is enough to form government.
They say sovereignty is a
So we're not like totally screwed.
time. Now, an example of what's happening to the
And
Bloc.
Libs only have 6
seats.
Jesus Christ.
And there's still room. Look at that.
Will Canada divide quickly as a state? To become a state, you're saying, Leo? To become a state?
That's the riding where we said was a very good indicator of what was to come. Now, it was a 3-way
Now's the time where you sit at the edge of your seat.
Are ahead of the incumbent Bloc. Still, though, overall in Quebec, the Bloc are leading at about 24, 25 seats. So they have lost seats.
What are we saying right now?
Looking at the possibility of holding that balance of power. We'll go over now to Ottawa.
I think Alberta they have to do something within 60 days. 60 days.
The Prime Minister now has a seat elected in Nepean, but next door in Carleton, so interesting in this riding, as results have just started to trickle in, and the early ones with about 5 polls.
5 out of 266 polls.
Stanjoy with the lead over Conservative leader Pierre Poilievre. Now,
Bruce
very interesting
Stanjoy
does not necessarily mean Poilievre is in trouble. Maybe it means we are. It could be a long night due to that very long ballot in Carleton. Although I don't want to complain about that. Cool.
No, it's the other way around.
Started in a couple of the 5 polls that have been counted.
It will be an interesting
It's just been in liberal areas.
as those results start to come in again. There were 91 names
No need to worry about that.
ballot. Now, elsewhere, outside outside the city of Ottawa, Conservatives are doing well
Yeah,
as expected.
Treetop, you don't need to be you don't need to be nervous.
Glengarry, where incumbent Eric Dunn
It's not like Canada is going to be changed completely. It's just going to be. I really don't know what it's going to be. You don't need to be scared, though. It's.
Rideau Lakes, Michael Barrett ran away with a win in 2021. That was his second straight. Now make it 3 in a row.
I really don't know. I really don't know.
Flip from Liberal support in 2004 has not looked.
Just gotta stay positive, bud.
In again there, but we will continue to watch Pierre Poilievre's riding in Carleton and see how that goes tonight. For now, we want to go back though to Toronto and Michelle Dubé with how things are progressing there. Michelle.
Yes, Patricia. Well, as the results roll into the vote-rich Greater Toronto area, we've really got our eye on the 905 suburban belt because this, as far as we're concerned, is telling the story of why Pierre's riding is not getting a majority tonight. The Conservatives are faring well. We've got our eye on York Centre, which is a potential pickup for the Conservatives.
Nursing homes where people can go vote, and they only counted 5 out of 266 of them.
Yahara Sachs, the incumbent there, Minister of Mental Health, was elected in 2020. The results are still coming in, but that is a potential pickup for the Conservatives.
York Centre, look at that. York Centre could scoop up.
This is a new riding, and we have determined here at CTV that
Fucking don't give me hope, man. Don't give me hope. I've already accepted it. Fuck me. I'm not scared of becoming American. I'm opposed to being with Trump. That is true, Treetop. But America is the strongest country in the world. It wouldn't be a huge downgrade.
Thank you, Michelle. Right now in Alberta, I can tell you it is pretty much a sea of blue. 34 of 37 ridings right now. Conservatives are leading or elected, and we want to zoom in a little bit closer and see what's happening in Edmonton this hour. Right now, 8 of the 9.
Sorry, I'm trying to be intelligent and figure out what's going on the screen at the same time. You want to be with Kamala? Are you insane? I'm not sure what you're asking me. Oh, Flanker's talking to Treetop? Treetop, how old are you? How old are you? If you don't have to answer, but I just don't know if I'm talking to like a 14-year-old or like a 20-year-old. I have a different opinion if it is.
Speaking positively in support of Hamas and Hezbollah at
Fuck.
an anti-NATO rally, so they dumped him. He decided he was going to still run in this riding as an independent candidate. He had already ordered about 2,000 Liberal signs. He said, I'm keeping them and I'm using them. He just used a piece of tape to cover the word Liberal and some of the slogans, and he used them anyway. He basically came out and said, hey, they don't own the color red. I'm using these signs. The Liberals weren't happy about it. The Liberal candidate wasn't happy about it. So we'll have to see tonight if he actually pulls some votes away from that Liberal candidate, because it could have caused some voter confusion there in that riding. But this is a riding that Tim Upwell is expected to win tonight. Let's go to Misha in Vancouver.
Edmonton's pretty blue.
We mentioned that BC was full of close races, plenty of tight two-way races and three-way races, because the NDP has traditionally done very well in BC. Now that CTV has declared a Liberal minority government, Liberals trying to hold on to those key suburban ridings. Let's take a look at Richmond East, Steveston. It's a battleground riding we mentioned earlier. It's flipped between Liberal and Conservative in recent elections. Let's take a look at what's happening now. Look at what's happening now. Zach Siegel of the Conservatives slightly ahead of the Liberal incumbent.
We're down by 10. I don't know what. Nothing can happen, I don't think.
This is really could go down right to the wire. Conservatives leading at this point, but just a few minutes ago, Parm Baines
156 to 150.
151. 151 to 151. Fuck you, CTV. Fuck you, CTV.
With 12 seats. Don Davies, very popular incumbent in
Oh my god.
leading, but not by very much. Like he used to win by landslides. The last 5 elections he's won for Vancouver Kings Labour. Right now, Amy Gill of the Liberals only 100 votes behind Don Davies. So this is why the NDP wants to hang on to. Liberals are hoping to flip it. Tight race right now. Don Davies, personally very popular, very involved in the community. You know, just Saturday.
This isn't gonna flip. It's not gonna flip. It's gonna flip. It's gonna flip. No, it's. It's not. No. 152, 154, 152, 154, 152. He's gonna freak out. 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 He's gonna freak out.
Mijan, thank you so much. And in many ways, BC pivotal for the future of the NDP. You see the tracker, as Mijan mentioned, 10 seats leading and elected for the NDP.
Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god.
I should say a dissolution that is really going to fill in the story for the NDP and the future of the party and also the future of its leaders as well.
What are we doing right now?
In their support in Ontario, a big part of the story as well. We'll look to get some of the key results in that province there.
One more flip and it's tied. One more flip and it's tied.
Long held by the McKay family, now held for a number of elections by Sean Fraser in a bit of a nail biter.
Fuck Sean Fraser.
Hollingsworth, who is actually over there at Sean Fraser's headquarters, I believe. Paul, over you.
There's one more. Fuck. Fuck.
We pulled in the town about 9 hours ago, and there was a feeling of buoyancy and optimism from Sean Fraser's camp that they were going to win and have this result be the re-election for the Liberals. Then when those early polling results came in the early hours of this campaign this evening, when we saw those results, fear,
This is Canada split in half. This is not going to be good for the country. This is not good for the country. 154, 151.
energetic campaigner. He's been knocking on doors for the past 18 months. Had a very impressive rally about a week ago in Trenton, Nova Scotia. Pierre Poilievre was there. Peter MacKay was there. His father, Elmer MacKay, was there. They came out of that rally feeling that they had momentum and the ability to seal the deal. But the Liberals found a way to close this in these final hours of this campaign tonight when these votes were counted. I spoke to a Conservative insider via text message about 2 hours ago. He told me they feel pretty good, but they wanted to wait for those advanced polling numbers to come in. It's purely anecdotal on our part, but it seems to me that those polling numbers from the advanced polls probably made a huge difference. And what could have been a major Conservative gain here in Central Nova, a riding with deep progressive Conservative roots, turns into a Liberal hold. And Sean Fraser, the cabinet minister who faced a lot of criticism with his housing portfolio, with his immigration portfolio, finds a way to win what
Fuck me. Fuck. Fuck.
in mainland Nova Scotia. Now back to you.
All right, Paul, quite a race in that riding. Let's head over now to Emery. And Emery, I wonder if you guys are taking a pool to see how soon we'll be back together again.
Those numbers are, guys, right now.
It's
It does, well, yeah, I just switched, but it's very close. Look at when you're dealing with the minority.
Look at all these liberals.
Well, look at who your dance partner is.
155 to
150.
Fuck.
Holding on. Who that could be. Well, right now, it looks like it's the Bloc. And so I go back to my comment earlier about how does that make Western Canada feel? Because, I've heard Bloc MPs stand up in the House of Commons and say really derogatory things about Alberta and the energy sector. So there's that sense right now, is Mark Carney going to pose something to the Bloc? And is that his dance partner?
Fuck Daddy 93 from Twitter. He's watching the stream.
They're at 11
And
seats, so that
clipping it.
requires 12 to get official party status. This just in. If they get 11 seats, they're going to have no trouble negotiating official party status anyway, because they'd offer their support to the new minority Liberal government.
But then we're back where we started, and I don't think that's going to do that much to quash Western alienation after the 10 years we just had. Yes, worse, the Bloc is worse than the NDP. But, I mean, the NDP is not going to be any better better than what we just had for the last 10 years.
But depending on how this goes,
It's going down, guys. The number's going back down.
is Blanchette on the phone with Polyev right now, accepting those calls, wondering if maybe he's going to be a I mean, it's not only the Liberals
It's
that are
still
facing
going
this
up and
question.
down.
Not going to be
Those numbers down below on the screen on that banner, they've been shifted as they have been shifting all night.
You know what's going to happen here is Mark Carney and Pierre
In a
Poilievre
moment's
are going
notice,
to have
Pierre
to
can
work together.
skyrocket to 153 and Carney could even go down to 152. We don't really
I
know.
appreciate the discussion that we're having regarding Dan's partners, right? I think also this election has been.
How did we just... How did it go down 6 votes? Where were we at? 150... 152?
The Liberals, like,
I don't. He's not the type of person just going to be placating for the sake of whoever.
We're still
This is
in it.
about dealing with the most consequential threat, and to be honest, I believe it. So
Fuck.
this is about working together. We have premiers.
Sorry, but in my own personal opinion, Canada is freaking screwed. Yeah. Leo, let's... Can have your own opinion. I think all the votes are in now. We'll see if this says... Oh no, one more. But they're still counting. It's a live vote. These numbers can change.
People come from outside and land in Ottawa and get chewed up by the gears of the bureaucracy. So how does he lead in a situation that right now, look at 157, 148. The challenge he also has too is that the Liberal Party has always been a coalition.
Let's show our support for Pierre.
NDP voters.
It ain't over till it's over.
Challenge of Dan's party.
9 out of 200 polls have actually been counted. If Jack beats O'Reilly,
where he's got to find his way
he might not win his own riding. If that happens, I'm taking a swig. Jack Beat has to lose for me to take a swig of vodka. Look at how many seats Pierre has won. Nationally, the potential. That's so many seats compared to everybody else. Clearly, people want change.
You can kind of plan out your agenda over the course of 36 to 48 months. When you're elected into a minority government, you have to prioritize and you have to look around the nature of the parliament that's in front of you and where you can get your votes, what requires legislative approval, what you can do by governing council, what you can do through partnership with provinces or do through Budget Implementation Act. So as a prime minister in a minority government, it'll be incumbent on...
I don't know what to say, man. Me either, man.
These are my priorities, and before he puts those priorities up there, do proper consultation and recognize that he doesn't have a majority. He doesn't have a majority of the popular vote. He has an
I've had a lot of emotions the past 3 hours. I appreciate you all for joining me.
that the biggest challenge that Canada will have, at least in calendar 2025 and probably for the next couple of years, is the coalitions between Canada, U.S. free trade agreement with the United States, the imposition of tariffs, and the belligerence from the White House. He can find willing partners in good faith in the Conservative Party in order to do certain things that will get Canadian products to global markets to mitigate the risk of Donald Trump's threat on Canada. Conservatives acting in good faith, Liberals acting with open minds and in good faith can get a lot of good things done for the country, but it requires people to come together and for Mr. Carney to come forward and to be prepared to do that.
Okay, so for those of you who know Mr. Poilievre, then can Canada First and Canada Strong work together?
Yes.
Yes, but I would say this. I think what we're going to need is for Mr. Carney to come a little bit further to the center, because right now, as you said, he's got that basement full of left wings.
I think they already confirmed the Liberals win. They're just determining if it's a Liberal majority or minority. And it's going to be a minority. So it'll probably be those. It'll probably be those two, if that works, to 173 in the end. It's either those or those.
So maybe he can back away from some of those things and work with Pierre on some of those things.
Maybe I'm romantic, or maybe I'm naive, or maybe I'm both.
No clue, but once the final vote goes in, I'm going to sleep. Thank you for joining me.
What you can achieve, and you don't care who gets the credit.
Please subscribe.
Nation builder. The purpose of Parliament is to bolster the Canadian president of the United States.
5 months ago.
Today is joking about us being a 51st state. Who mocks our country, who mocks our prime minister. If the threat against Canada from the president of the United States isn't enough for us to work together, if you don't care who gets the credit through 2025 and 2026, let's talk politics in 2027, 2028. But for now, let's get through this threat. Let's get through this. Let's make the country stronger and work together. I think that's what Canadians want more than anything out of this parliament.
But you're already seeing this right now.
Yeah, I've thought about it. Flanker, but I'm doing pretty good under this Liberal government, even though I have to work very hard, overwork myself just to get taxed more. So I'm considering it. Yeah, Canadian only, yeah. You guys are just gonna have to adapt. Hopefully 4 years from now, it's either so terrible the country wants to change and there's enough people left that can outvote the Liberals.
Now, yeah, that was scary. And if this was, if Carney was in this predicament right now, instead of in Pierre, I would probably be making hell fun of Carney. However, there are still so many more polling stations.
That's not success, that's survival. You just have to adapt, buddy. Whatever is given to you, right? I'm hoping the next 4 years are better than what it's been. But if it has to be worse in order for Canada to swap that vote over, so be it. But it's difficult to think about, right? Think about it both ways. Could be good, could be bad. Either way, there's hopefully a positive outcome. Yeah, another 4 years, 2029, 2029.
Little things like, for example, boots not suits. Successful political parties invite people in. You don't push people away. You don't say, what's wrong with wearing a suit to work every day? I do. What's wrong with working in the professional services? I understand what Mr. Poilievre was saying in the campaign about boots not suits, but how about boots and suits?
That's a weird spin on it.
Grows. You don't grow and
You're
succeed as a political
overanalyzing
party
it.
if you're saying to cohorts of Canadians you're not welcome here. You grow the political party by welcoming people in. And so that small example magnified across the country. If the Conservatives do that and the Liberal Prime Minister, I think, makes appropriate, recalibrations given the results tonight that it's not a majority, I think we can put country first. And we can put
And also, let's not forget some of the other voters, when it comes to progressive voters,
Yeah.
were pretty concerned with what Pierre Poilievre was saying. And so some of that NDP vote did obviously shift also because of him. And that's something that he has to also realize as well, is how do you speak to all Canadians. I just think we do have a very good opportunity right now. Canadians are not going to tolerate political infighting when you have a significant threat like this. And I think Mark Carney has been right. He's demonstrated in the little time that he has been as Prime Minister how he's brought people together, focused on diversifying our market. And I appreciate the thing about spending more. But I think he's got a proven track record of proper investment. We need to grow our economy. We need to diversify significantly.
This panel is so pro-liberal, man. This is what's wrong with this country.
Get that sorted out and also diversify our markets to Europe, and also let's not forget the Pacific as well.
I know this conversation is going to continue off camera, but I'm going to send it over to Bashir to Omar.
All right, Emery, thank you so much. Let's head on over to Natalie Johnson, who's standing by in the riding of University of Rosedale with Chrystia Freeland. And Natalie, I'm wondering what kind of role Chrystia Freeland sees.
CTV has 36,000 people watching, and we've got like 31,000 or something.
I'll ask her that right now. She would, of course, have been an intimidating incumbent to go up against a political power.
Yeah, we're gonna pause that. We can't listen to that garbage music. So they're talking about Chrystia Freeland and how she won in her riding. Now, here's what I think is kind of weird about this. In the leadership race for the Liberal Party, Chrystia Freeland got slaughtered in her own riding by Mark Carney. Like, it was horrible how badly she got beat down. And what I find weird is she just won her riding by a pretty big landslide. Now, she wasn't running against Mark Carney. She was running against a Conservative candidate and an NDP and a Green or whatever, or maybe some independents. But that leadership race proved that people in Chrystia Freeland's own riding didn't like her. Didn't like her nearly as much as they liked Carney, and just flat out didn't like her. So look at this. 12,400 people apparently just voted for Chrystia Freeland. And they're not even done the counts. But apparently it's such a drastic lead that it was enough for them to call it. Guaranteed. They've only done 90 out of the 205 polls. It's just super weird, man. And on the right of the screen, you see Delta and Jesse with 4,200 and the Liberal trailing right behind. So you might see Delta become Conservative. Don Valley North, 6,700 for the Libs, and the Conservatives at 5,300. It's unlikely for that to flip. That's a decent little lead. But it's going to suck a little bit to see Chrystia Freeland back in the House. I'll admit that. I would have liked to see her lose her riding and retire. Same with Sean Fraser. Same with Francois Philippe Champagne. And obviously, I would have liked to see Mark Carney get his ass whooped in his own riding. Edmonton Centre, Saeed Conservative, 4,500, and the Libs at 4,400. Tim Uppal in Edmonton Gateway with a decent lead. Edmonton Kerry with the Conservatives, 8,200, and the incumbent is the NDP with only 5,600. So that just flipped away from the NDP into the Conservatives' hands. So even though at the bottom, folks, this is what I'm saying, at the bottom of the screen, you see the banner where it says Liberals at 158 and Conservatives at 159 to 148. That's still updating in real time based on the polls that they are actually counting. Heather might lose her own seat. Edmonton Strathcona. She only got 2,800, and the Libs are right behind at 2,100. Edmonton West, re-elected as a Conservative. Yes, I know it seems a little defeating that the Liberals have that lead and that stupid banner that says breaking news, CTV declares Liberal minority. But again, we don't. Andrew Lawton won, Mo! Andrew, put some W's in the chat for Andrew Lawton, True North. Strong and free. Oh my goodness. Wow. Andrew Lawton went from running True North, the news, which now has been rebranded to Juno, to being a freaking politician. You've been elected. You got the check mark. It's verified. He's in. 100%.
Fuck.
Oh my goodness. Good job, Andrew, man.
It was.
That's
I think it
incredible.
was December 6th, if I remember right. She, put out a letter on the day that the fall economic statement was to be delivered, essentially saying she was at a crossroads with the Prime Minister about the direction of the country, and that was the beginning of the end of Justin Trudeau.
I hope this is a dream, bro.
All right, I'm going to decompress on a smoke.
I haven't slept in 24 hours. So I think this is just a dream.
I can hear it, you can hear it, you can see it.
And certainly she was a huge part of this story. If I could just quickly direct our attention to the board and where things stand. It is very fluid, but it has also been incredibly tight over the last number of minutes. We're seeing a little bit of a widening, but boy oh boy, when they were both in the 150s, for example, even the popular vote, I think there's not a huge difference right now between the Conservatives and the Liberals. So much like the polling firms and including Nanos Research have predicted, this is an incredibly tight race in the public opinion polls, or pardon me, in the popular vote, but also in seats. And just the construct there of what this might mean, particularly if the Liberal number ends up being lower than 160, if the Conservatives continue to eke up. Right now it's going in the opposite direction, but the actual numbers are going to tell a big story as well. Heather Butts is standing by to continue that part of this conversation and take a closer look at what what the numbers say to us, Heather.
Oh, well, you nailed it, Vashi. The numbers are telling an incredible story this evening, and that is the tight race and how things are ebbing and flowing this evening, but really just how close it is, Nick. But we want to take a look now at the seat change, because we're looking at the national standings and how things are changing as the night goes on, and changing from what our government once was. So if we take a look at the national standings, of course, the Liberals right now leading and elected in 161 ridings, the Conservatives 146. But Nick, the Bloc Québécois and the NDP, a pretty significant number there.
Absolutely. Both are down, and the NDP not in party
Wow.
status yet.
And Nick, looking at this one, tell us a little bit more. We're seeing the NDP around 5%.
Yeah, I checked the history books. If this 5% holds up, it will be the worst showing in the history of the New Democrats. The other worst showing was in the 1993 election, a piece of history that Jagmeet Singh probably doesn't want to be associated with, but looks like that's where he's at.
No, we'll certainly have to wait and see how he answers
Wow.
this evening. But again, some really close numbers here. Mark Carney at 42% and Poilievre at 41%.
Well, think of Pierre Poilievre. Now he can say that he's done better than Stephen Harper. Right? Like, he might not have been able to form a government, but that's still up in the air. But the thing is that he's done very well. More people have voted Conservative in this election than in any election in recent memory.
Yeah, there's certainly an underlying story there. Let's take a look now at the gains and losses. So the Liberals up 1 seat, and the Conservatives, as we were just talking about them and their popularity, up 7 seats, Nick.
Yeah, I think for the Liberals, even just up 1, considering they're in a near-death experience in terms of where they were at and where they were looking at a Conservative supermajority, you know, being only up 1 is probably decent. You know, for the Conservatives, they can claim that they're making headways not just in the popular vote, but also in the number of seats. But bad news for Blanchette, and bad news for Singh.
Certainly. And Nick, we're seeing an interesting story play out in Ontario, typically helping to decipher who wins an election. Right now, though, it looks like it's who's going to, have a minority majority. They're making that ruling. The Liberals down 12 seats.
Yeah, we talked a lot about vote efficiency and how popular support would convert into seats. It looks like the Conservative ground game in Ontario was very effective at converting their level of support, even though it was trailing the Liberals, into seats in battleground Ontario.
Okay, let's move over to Western Canada and see how things have changed there. Potential seat change for the Conservative, gaining 8 seats in the West. The Liberals potentially gaining 6 seats, and the NDP, Nick, take a look at that, down possibly 10 seats.
Yes, we were talking about the feeding frenzy in British Columbia, with both the Liberals and the Conservatives going into British Columbia repeatedly because they saw the NDP vulnerability. That's manifested itself, and both the Conservatives and the Liberals have benefited.
Okay, Nick, so let's take a look now right across the country as we see this, the potential seat change right across the country from Atlantic Canada to the West Coast. What stands out? What stands out the most to you on this one, Nick?
Well, what really stands out is you can see the Liberals picking up in Quebec, Conservatives in Ontario and the West, and the NDP just basically a setback everywhere.
Okay, a really interesting story playing out here this evening, especially for the NDP, and we'll see a little bit later on, where those votes really went and where their supporters went. And again, right now, CTV News declaring a Liberal minority. Back to you.
All right, Heather, thank you so much. Let's bring in Corey, Kathleen, and Scott right now. I want to go back to the story that's developing and emerging right now in Pierre Poilievre's riding of Carleton. We heard James Moore say just minutes ago he thinks that Pierre Poilievre will capture his riding. What's going through your mind, Corey, as you're watching these results?
I'm a lot less certain that that's going to be the case, because I look at all of the Ottawa seats, and there's some of the biggest numbers that the Liberals have actually landed in the entire country. Like the 613 area code isn't just going Liberal; it's going Liberal huge. It's going like over, averaging over 60%, with the Conservatives landing in the 30s, and in some ridings, in the 20s. We saw this happen in the last provincial election. We were doing very well in the Ottawa area for a long time, and then we just saw those numbers go down, 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 down. We lost 5 seats in the region, and that's in the provincial race where the provincial party was doing better, where the NDP were doing better, where the Liberals were doing worse. You look at these numbers, and I think think you could be in real trouble. Because it's not just Ottawa proper seats, which are dominated by public servants, which is places like Stittsville and that riding. It's also the countryside. The Liberals pulled off a big win in Glengarry Prescott Russell, for instance. That went almost 60% Conservative in the last provincial election just a couple of months ago. So something is happening in Ottawa. Something is happening that is looks unlike the rest of the province in terms of the numbers. And look, at the end of the day, Carleton is an Ottawa seat. It's a suburban Ottawa seat. So if it holds the way these other ridings in the area are holding, he's going to have a real fight on his hands.
Kathleen, I wanted to ask you about Jagmeet Singh.
Yeah.
And your thoughts as you look at these numbers, particularly you were the one who earlier mentioned the sort of less than favorable showing in Ontario, in particular, some really solid seats for the New Democrats. What are you thinking about right now?
Yeah, it's looking a lot like 1993 when Audrey McLaughlin, leader of the NDP at the time, brought our party down, lost party status, down to 9 seats again. Being shut out of Ontario hurts. It looks right now like we will not pick up our Windsor West, our Hamilton Centre, our London Fanshawe. That's not great for New Democrats. There's still a lot of hope to be held for British Columbia. We have a lot of New Democratic seats that are leaning or looking, small numbers of polls there, but that are looking good. Obviously, Cowich and Courtney Alberni, a few others in the North Island, which I wasn't sure was going to go our way, is leaning our way. But certainly, New Democrats flock to other parties. I'm not sure if it was completely. I do think that the Conservatives pulled some of our vote in some areas too. But Liberals were the benefitor for sure. And right now it seems like Canadians have hired Mr. Carney to take on Trump, but those votes are on loan. He borrowed those votes. And if he fails to actually deliver on the U.S. question, those votes will hopefully come back. But there's going to be a lot of rebuilding if New Democrats don't form party status. Actually, I want to pick up something quickly on your other panel that was saying about party status. And there is an opportunity, I think, for Liberals to actually think about giving New Democrats, having the grace to give New Democrats party status. And I'll tell you why. Because in a minority parliament, all the busy work happens in committees. And if they don't have a New Democrat on those committees will be very problematic. It also means they won't have a New Democrat on the Internal Board of Economy, which is a really inside baseball kind of talk.
You're making a case.
It's this kind of stuff that actually will help the Parliament run more smoothly. Listen, he's a neophyte politician. He's going to need help, to make Parliament work.
There was a point a few minutes ago, Scott, where it was like a dead almost, like the Liberal.
No, not okay.
Amplified, right?
I've been waiting 2 years for this moment, and it's not the correct timeline. Not the correct timeline.
I think the plurality is going to be reasonably solid by the time we're done the evening.
I thought it was going to be Poilievre and Trump.
When you look at the effect of the advance ballots coming in for the end of the evening, you look at a bunch of those.
Poilievre and Trump, and then the West is going to be powerful again. But I think the states can do it without us. Hopefully protect us when things get too bad. Can only hope. Can only hope.
These questions of how do you manage Trump? How do you take on these challenges? I mean, let's be crystal clear about this. Mark Carney, as Prime Minister,
Carney and his agenda to freaking sell us to Europe. What are you talking about, dude?
Largest partner with the world's largest economy, with the world's largest
What the hell is
military,
this guy talking about?
economic arrangements are in question. We are going to have to ask our Prime Minister to make decisions that may be broadly unpopular or at least specifically unpopular among certain regions, certain people, certain places, certain sectors. That's
This guy
going to be part
visited
of the
a
job
safe
of Prime
supply.
Minister, is to take some unpopular decisions. It is
He's
much
on
harder to
something.
do that when you're in a minority parliament. But when folks are saying, well, this means he's going to feel beholden to Quebec, so therefore he won't do pipelines, I think that's a complete misreading of Mark Carney. I think he has all the potential and was on course if he'd been in a majority situation to be a radical Prime Minister, someone who's willing to undertake really quite sweeping change, re-engineer the economy, our relationship with the United States, and move on these things in a sense of crisis and take the permission that crisis sometimes grant you to do things like energy energy infrastructure and internal trade barriers. Now, how will he do that in a minority parliament? I think one of the questions is, will the Conservatives out of reflex always vote against everything? If he isolates an issue and says, I want to do this on energy, and we know that the Bloc won't love it, but why in hell can't I get some Conservative votes for this? Because are the Conservatives now just going to focus on, well, how soon can we end this government and try to force another election? And the other
Oh, it's gonna happen pretty damn quick, I tell
story
you.
that is yet to come this evening is, will Pierre Poilievre still be leader? Will he hang on to his riding? And how might that affect the management of the parties in a minority parliament? So there's a lot of cards to be played.
And Scott, as you're speaking, we're just getting some results from the westernmost part of the country, from Saanich Gulf Islands, which of course is Elizabeth May's riding, and the CTV News Decision Desk can now tell you that she is keeping her riding.
She's only the only green.
Saanich Gulf Islands. Chuckles
You know
from
what?
Scott.
Why are you laughing?
That's all right. I don't mind it that much.
The whole evening has been a game of 52
I don't
card
mind it
pickup,
that
and
much.
She hangs on to her ride, the NDP are obliterated, and Elizabeth May hangs on.
Let's go live
We
then.
got
Let's take a
the
listen
drunken,
in.
crazy aunt back in the house. That's all right. That's all right. I'll applause to that. That's all right. That's all right. She can have her seat. She can have it. We got some more entertainment. Well, you know what's crazy about the green riding right now? When you show the number of people that voted, more people voted so far in her riding than in Pierre's riding.
All right, so obviously the audio not that great.
But they
You can tell
counted.
from her facial
She's
expressions that she's one, she's celebrating. Obviously secures her political future to a certain extent. Kathleen, if we can go back to you, speaking of political futures, and speaking of Jagmeet Singh, does he stay? Or does he go? Because, I mean, we've been talking a lot about the NDP and the collapse in their support. To be fair, he was able to advance significant causes in this parliament. What happens to him now?
Yeah. Well, I think there's going to be a lot of reflection, which is the pat answer. But I mean, holding on to incumbents is not a high bar. And certainly party status is a low bar. I think we need to get back to a party that wants power, not just influence, and a party that works for that and represents working people across this country and brings forth social democratic values, because these are the values of Canadians. New Democrats have fought throughout the years for the programs, the social programs that Canadians care most about: pensions, health care, things like dental care. And so there's going to be some introspection, and I really think that Jagmeet will go down in the history books. He has done some incredible things in this past parliament.
in Canadian history.
Some serious renewal.
Right, and Scott, I
He's
just want to
going
pick up
down
on
in the history
Richmond's
books,
comments
but
and
all
just your
for the
thoughts
wrong
on that.
reasons.
What kind of role do you see for her in a Carney
Richmond
government? We know
South
that
took it,
Donald
riding
Trump
out and
has
took
used
it.
some colorful language to describe her
The
so
Bloc
not the
took his
greatest
seat,
relationship
well,
there.
kept his seat
How can you bring
away
unity
from the
within
Libs.
these former Liberal
That's good.
leadership contenders? How does Mark Carney do
took his
that,
seat
and
from the
also
Bloc. I see a
give
lot of
her
that's
some kind of
happening.
cabinet role
I don't like it. I
that
don't
she'd be
get
happy
it.
with?
I don't get it at all.
I actually think it's less challenging than you might think. Chrystia Freeland's very capable. She's a great minister. She's a great Ottawa minister. She's a great boardroom minister. Fixing problems, managing government itself and the apparatus of government. I think she's weaker when we see her as a public communicator, someone that's trying to carry and
Chrystia
summon public
Freeland
consensus.
capable?
Just not her strength. Even as we saw in that
Riding his room around Halloween?
and so
Come on.
I think, to be blunt, he'll find a place where he can harness her talents in his cabinet. But I don't think, I don't think she's going to be point on the Canada-U.S. file, as an example. I don't think she's going to be point on the energy file.
I think we want to head over to, actually, let's take a look right now where things stand in Pierre Poilievre's riding. You can see 40 of 266 polls reporting it is a close race.
40 out of
1,500 votes
266.
separate right now.
There's
The
still
Liberal
lots of
candidate, Bruce
runway.
Vanjoy,
There's a lot
and
of runway.
Pierre Poilievre, the leader of the Conservative Party. Burnaby Central, here we've got Jagmeet Singh's riding with 39 out of 200 polls reporting, and Mr. Singh, the leader of the NDP, right now sitting in third place. Certainly, Elmar, if that is solidified and
He's
you
gonna
declare
ride
a loss
off
for
in the
Jagmeet
sunset
Singh,
in his
and there is
Maserati.
a loss of official party status as well, his future is very much in peril. I would say also another key NDP riding that Kathleen mentioned, Hamilton Centre, Matthew Green, incumbent NDP candidate,
I can't
also
wait. I'm gonna
taking
take a
a loss,
swig
or
of
at least
vodka
poised to take a
when
loss
he's
there.
out.
Let's go over to Heather Wright, who's actually in that riding
Even
now.
if a
Hey,
liberal
Heather.
takes it, whatever.
Door to door, street to street, neighborhood to neighborhood.
Hello, you're on camera.
All right, it looks like Heather White is standing by. Heather, can you hear us?
When that happens, it's going to be great. I promise. Yeah.
She will have lots to say when we do reach her finally. But if you're joining us tonight and looking at these numbers, I mean, he's not even trailing us in numbers.
See, that's the problem right there. Liberals are taking
that he represents, but not
seats from the
he's from
NDP.
Hamilton Centre.
Matthew Green, though,
you can
is
see
going to
here
lose
that
his job. Makes me happy, but it doesn't make me that happy that a liberal's taking it.
Seat vote lead right now, and I'm being told that we do have Heather Wright with us. Heather, can you hear us now?
Regional election.
Yes, I can hear you.
All right, so tell us what's going on where you are.
Well, so we're here. I'm just speaking a little quietly because the candidate here, the NDP candidate, Matthew Green, he just arrived. He is going to lose his riding license likely here in Hamilton Centre. We've heard from Douglas Singh. He was in this area, in these Ontario ridings throughout the closing days of this campaign, trying to hold on to these seats, telling his supporters to hold the line here. But along with a number of other NDP seats here in Southern Ontario, it looks like they will be flipping. And so we're hearing from Matthew Green now. He's speaking to his supporters who a little while ago said it felt like a funeral here. And so this, again, is part of that broader story of the NDP collapse here in Ontario and in other ridings across the country.
Sorry, White Rock is real close.
All right, thank you so much. This is a huge upset just following along this storyline of NDP losses. Nikki Ashton, a really long-time NDP MP in the Manitoba riding of Churchill, taking a loss to her Liberal competitor, Rebecca Chartrand. That is a significant loss. When I had spoken to people in the NDP campaign, they thought that that was potentially a pretty safe seat for them, so that's a big deal. Another big upset for the NDP over in Edmonton, one of those sort of central Edmonton, downtown Edmonton ridings, which has gone NDP at times, including in the last election, now flipping to Kerry Diot, who ran for mayor, I believe, also sat as an MP at some point. Pretty well-known conservative figure in Edmonton, Omar, but a big hit for the NDP there as well.
And official party status is significant. I mean, the NDP sitting right now, again, just right now at 8 seats, official party status is 12. It's not just a fancy title. I mean, this
comes with
resources, budgets, money, exactly, and significantly increases a party's ability to advance their causes, public discourse, that sort of thing. So it's not just a title; it does carry some weight to it, and that's why it is important to reach at least that 12-seat threshold in whatever parliament you happen to be in.
One piece of one piece of quick good news for them. In this long tail now of bad news, Alexandre Boulouris re-elected to their lone seat.
Folks, if you haven't already, smash that like button and subscribe.
For them. I believe we have Colton Prale right now, if I'm not mistaken. All right, Colton Prale standing by. Tell us, Colton, where you are and what you're hearing.
Hey, Omar, I'm in the Conservative HQ here, and the reactions tonight have been stark. We've seen intense anger, especially when we called the result, before we even had a minority or majority. But since then, that emotion has quelled, and it's turned into this level of disbelief. The number of supporters that I've talked to here that are stunned that they find themselves in what they feel like is essentially the same situation they were in 5 weeks ago is significant. And in some cases, that disbelief is literal. When we saw the closing of those polling numbers, of those result numbers, when they were both in the 50s, for example, there were chants of bring it home here. There were supporters who, despite us having called the results, genuinely still believed that this was up for grabs and that this was still available to them. That has subsided a little bit here. What we're left with is massive questions around the future of the party. Everyone I speak to still says they feel like Pierre Poilievre is the leader for the Conservatives and they have their faith behind him.
Yeah, of course
At the
he
same
is.
time, they're looking at the results coming in Carleton and wondering how they it can be in such a tight race. It's been an array of emotions throughout the night. The party officials who I've spoke to have had a very different reaction, and I think it is important to highlight they feel good. I mean, this is obviously not the result that they were looking for, but they are proud of the campaign they run, and I think that speaks to why this level of disbelief is here. So many of these people were at the rallies, they were surrounded by thousands of other supporters, and they're just having a hard time grasping how what they experienced there could translate into the results they're seeing tonight.
Every single person in that room right now, Colton, is going to be watching to see what happens.
We're getting some comedy out of it, though.
Riding.
Some NDP wackos are losing their jobs or seats.
We want to return to that story of the NDP suffering some really significant losses that puts their status as an official party in jeopardy. Jagmeet Singh now in third position in Burnaby Central. His riding, we're waiting to see conclusively what happens there, but it's not looking good for the leader of the NDP. Let's head over to Burnaby, where we find our Judy Trin. She is reporting from the NDP headquarters this evening. Judy, what is the mood there right now? How are they internalizing what we are seeing in the form of these results?
I'll cry of happiness.
Vashi, they are trying to remain upbeat. As you can hear behind me, they are trying to cheer for any positive result that has come in that they see on the board. But let's face it, in Burnaby right now, Jagmeet Singh is polling third. He is far behind the Liberal candidate as well as the Conservative candidate. It's important to point out that these are two relative unknowns. He was the incumbent, he had the brand recognition, and he is in third place at this point. What I can tell you and what I think is the story is this collapse of the NDP in Ontario. And what is interesting to me is when you look at where the votes are going, where are the NDP votes going, right? Specifically in Southwest Ontario. What is interesting is that in London, as well as in Windsor, those NDP seats went to Conservative candidates. And I want to give our viewers a little bit of context. Pierre Poilievre was the last leader to visit Windsor. He actually visited Windsor, but his time on April 11th, but his timing may have been perfect in regards to speaking to the constituents there. He visited Windsor on April 11th. That was the day that the GM plant, electric vehicle plant, CAMI, announced that it was going to go under a partial shutdown, a temporary shutdown. It said it wasn't related to the tariffs, but it was related to declining sales. So once again, he was in that region espousing his message while Mark Carney was in Ottawa, while Jagmeet Singh was also in Ottawa at the time. So whether or not, even despite being the last leader to visit this automotive heartland, the manufacturing heartland of Canada, whether or not he was able to speak most directly to the people. And I think that also the other story that sticks out for me is that the NDP really wanted to talk about the fact that they were endorsed by so many unions, the most unions of any party, despite the fact that Liberals and the Conservatives were actively courting unions that represented more than 1 million.
Oh my goodness, man. I want to see Jagmeet lose, ladies and gentlemen. There's nothing more. I mean, obviously, I would like to see Pierre. I would love to see Pierre win. Obviously, goes without saying. But man, Jagmeet Singh losing is huge. Like, absolutely huge. I'm just so freaking excited for that. I'm so freaking excited. And we're gonna keep the bottle of vodka kind of ready to go. We're gonna keep it ready to go. Okay. Here we go. I think we're doing something now. I think we're gonna do something. Here we go. Let's see if this works. We're gonna try to hop in. We're gonna try to hop in with the boys here.
Yeah, that's it right there. How's it looking? So just over half the polls have reported, and Roman Baber's 10% lead over the capo, the self-hating Jew, the underminer, the fifth columnist, Yaris.
Hi, Jasper. We'll get to you shortly.
About that. And, you know, I had a period of time where I followed every single tweet Yaris Sykes did, and I retweeted in reply to it the picture of her and that terror.
So they can't hear us yet, but I think they will in a moment here. And this is gonna be great.
It's hideous.
Yes. All right,
Let's
Mr.
go.
Sunshine
Yeah.
is our next guest. Now, Sheila, why don't you take it away and I'll chime in.
Sure. So, for those of you who don't know, and I don't know how you couldn't, Jasper, Mr. Sunshine Baby, is a prominent Canadian YouTuber and political commentator. And let's bring Jasper on because I want to talk to him about some of these slightly surprising results in places like, oh, hi, Jasper.
Hi, everybody.
Are you going to... Hi, how are you? It looks like you're getting your electrolytes in you for a long night.
I've already gone through 2 of them. I'm just refilling with water here to stay hydrated.
But how do you do? I don't think I've had the pleasure. Angela Mack, great to have you on our broadcast. Thanks for taking the time. I know you're in demand, so I appreciate you making time for us.
Yeah, thanks for having me. This is a pleasure to finally talk to you virtually.
Well, we've been covering the election pretty closely, and it's still a bit of a nail biter. It's what do you make of the big picture result? I mean, I was worried it was going to be a blowout, but by gosh, it's almost like looking like a tie.
I mean, the night is still kind of young. We never know what's going to happen. I've watched enough sports movies to know a comeback story when I see one. I'm not saying that that's what's going to happen, but you never know. That's why we have to see it through till the end, till the fat lady sings. Rosemary Barton. So we're going to just have to wait and see how this goes. We're going to have to wait and see. But it's looking, with the banner below, it's really, really looking like no matter what the outcome, the Conservatives and the Bloc have enough numbers to do some damage, you know? So that's pretty good.
Now, do you think the Bloc would work with the Conservatives? Because the Bloc isn't just for Quebec separatism. The Bloc is pretty socialist. The Bloc is pretty environmentalist. So do you think they would work with the Conservatives?
I do. Actually, a friend of mine quoted about the Bloc either earlier today on a phone call or maybe it was yesterday, saying that the Bloc Québécois is Quebec's way of being conservative without voting for the Conservative Party. Which, there might be disagreements on that point, but they have worked with Pierre and the Conservatives in the past, right? Some of the votes of non-confidence. I mean, some of the votes of non-confidence were very much supported by the Bloc. We even saw the Bloc, the Yves-François Poutine, have some pretty funny reactions during the English debate, right? Oh, that doesn't sound very good, you know, to Mark Carney kind of getting zinged by Pierre on his answer of the security clearance. So I do think that there is some work to be done with that relationship, but ultimately, I'm pretty optimistic.
Well, you know, you are kind of right. I mean, if the Conservatives join forces with the Bloc, that puts them at 173. The Libs join forces with the NDP and the Greens, and that puts them at 170. But there's always the stink of getting separatism on you. And I'm old enough to remember when the Liberals tried to unseat Stephen Harper with a coalition with the Bloc, and it was the most atrocious, unpalatable thing, because how can you want to be the Prime Minister of this country when you sidle up to a party that wants to pull it apart? In fantasy football land, I would definitely take the Conservatives teaming up with the Bloc. They both have the same disdain and disrespect for Carney that I enjoyed watching in the debate, but I don't know if a Federalist Party would cozy up with them.
Again, I mean, who knows in the direction that we're heading towards? I think this is a bit of a shock to a lot of people across Canada, and some people may be looking at, you know, the numbers below on the banner and seeing this this what seems to be like an unfortunate outcome, as we're not really being defeated. The fight isn't over, but rather the fight is just beginning.
Hey, I got one last question for you, and it's about Jagmeet Singh.
He's losing.
Last I looked, he was in third place. I don't think he's got a chance of winning. But another part of me thinks he didn't try to win. He didn't ever lift a finger to stop Trudeau. He was Trudeau's enabler. I think he campaigned pretty weakly. I don't think he was. I think he was in his natural happy place when he was doing TikTok videos. What do you think the future of Jagmeet Singh is now? I mean, he's lost his seat. It's pretty clear. His party's been cut down so low it might not even have party status. He's not going to stick around. What do you think he's going to do?
I think he's driving off into the sunset in his Maserati. I think this is the last we see of well, sorry, not his Maserati, but his Maserati, you know. I think that this is the last we see of him, and he's going to be crying tonight, and so will I, over the same things, just a different reason. I'm going to be crying of happiness. I have a bottle of vodka in my freezer, and once it's confirmed that he loses his seat, I've already said, I'm going and I'm taking a swig of that. A massive swing, a triple shot, I don't even care. I am ready for him to be out of here. He is the worst politician, in my opinion, in Canada, in Canadian history even. He's ruined this country with his coalition antics. People are fed up, and that's very apparent with his support. And in terms of him trying to win or not trying to win, I think that there might even be reason to speculate that he knew he wasn't going to win. But maybe he was acting crazy during the debates, and his lack of campaigning was strategic to help prop up the Liberals. Who knows, right? Maybe let's check his bank account, see if he had some sort of big payout from someone, from some Bermuda company, right? We don't know. But again, it's the end of Jagmeet, and I can't help but smile.
You know what? I love your optimism. You're looking at the bright side. Mr. Sunshine, right?
That's right.
I think Trudeau kept him around because he made Trudeau look smart by comparison.
Yeah.
Well,
That's a
great
good one.
to have you on the show, Mr. Sunshine. You got that upbeat style. I think that's why they call you Mr. Sunshine. Thanks for being with us tonight.
Thank you so much, sir. It was a pleasure.
All right.
Thanks.
Cheers.
Bye.
Well, let me turn your attention.
Ooh-wee, folks, look at that, huh? That was pretty awesome. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Rebel, for having me on. That was a pleasure to finally talk face to face with Ezra himself. That was great. Now we're gonna get back to the coverage here, because again, like I said, it's not over. It's not over. And I'm thirsty. Not for water, not for electrolytes, but I'm thirsty for that vodka, and I want to see Jagmeet go down with this ship. So let's tune in here and see what's going on.
Can focus on the economy, but no, I don't think you would see a prime minister invite someone from the opposition to sit in a cabinet. It would be a
Throw
much
some
more
W's in the chat.
type
I'll
of
throw some
arrangement.
W's.
Throw this into
Wasn't
our
that
resident
awesome? Got to talk face to face with Ezra.
Yourself that, not me. Is this an enemies to lovers situation, if we could put it in a...
No, I mean, look, 4 months ago, Pierre Poilievre was going to win a big majority, and he didn't.
Yeah.
3 weeks ago, Mark Harding was going to win a big majority, and he didn't. So I think humbled is the right word.
Right.
Both parties, had outstanding turnouts in terms of the popular vote mandates that they have. It's a question of the efficiency of the vote where it's placed around the country. In terms of go forward, I mean, look, every single day we all wake up and
Bye, guys.
see different things from Donald Trump about why he's putting in one
Good
tariff
night.
or what he's not.
Thank you.
He's